Hello, welcome to Repair Cafe live here from the heart of Sheffield. It is 23rd of July 2022 and we've got Gareth here from Fix-It and his team.
Hello.
And you've got a laptop there, Gareth.
Yes, we're having a look at one of our fellow volunteers' laptops which isn't keeping time.
Isn't keeping time?
Yeah, so that's got a problem. If your clock's wrong, then you can get security errors and the internet can just sort of break, and it's not obvious. Yeah, and so it's not just an annoying thing.
Right, so what have you got to do to sort that out?
Well, I think it's something hardware, because even outside of Windows the clock just isn't changing, it's stuck at 11:38. So I think there's something wrong with the hardware. But
right.
We're just trying to diagnose that really now.
Right, well I'll let you get on with it. I'm sure people listen to what you're doing.
Yeah, I'll let you know as soon as we've got results to show you.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, sorry about the noise. So those are all the USB ports. Have you got another computer which to do Googling on? I wonder if I could ask you to Google, yeah, Dell 7280 diagnostic RTC, which yeah, you probably know stands for real-time clock. So yeah, we've also got Tom, another volunteer, having a look at an Apple older laptop that's been donated to us. And which magic key press combination are you going for? Is it R?
Well, it's R, and then I can't remember which one, so I just do all of
Control, function, yeah. Apple, special, yeah.
Exactly.
Cool. You need more fingers than man enough to do these jobs sometimes.
Excellent.
Has anyone got a little tiny hammer?
A little tiny hammer?
I've got a regular hammer, a claw hammer, amplifiers.
Oh, wow.
You
came prepared for your laptop work, did you?
I've got a relatively small
I just grabbed the bag.
one.
I've been working in the kitchen.
What do you want in the hammer?
This one's a bit too big, probably, isn't it?
I think I've got a small one.
Amplifiers, or yeah, claw hammer.
I'll go and find you one.
Hey, that's right.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm alright.
That's alright, you got one.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
We're using
mine.
the computer. Okay.
I was going to go upstairs.
Oh,
I've just got a trunk.
Okay. I'll don't be yeah, so sorry, and what I'm just kind of hoping for is to find out how to trigger the test of the real-time clock, because other people on the forums are saying that, you know, it's showing that RTC accuracy test fails, but I can't see anywhere here where it's even mentioning the clock, so it hasn't tested it and failed, has it?
There are several links, but none of them are relevant to the diagnostic.
Oh. Okay.
So the clock's stopped, is what you're saying?
It's saying replace all the links I've got so far are saying replace the battery.
Sure.
Which we've already tried.
And is it worth getting a second battery?
Tried that as well.
Yeah. just trying to rule out the obvious possible.
Okay. Oh, I got the shirts. Whose is it?
Sandra's.
Okay.
Yeah, oh, but the hammer drop.
Yeah, it's right here. Yeah.
Right.
So the color isn't an exact match. Okay. And then the trousers. Are these?
They probably want turning up in the leg about an inch to inch and a half.
All right. Do you want to try them on, or
There's a reset fix here, Gareth.
do you trust
what does
me?
it say?
It says, turn your computer off, connect the power adapter, hold the button for 35 seconds,
Well, I know I stand
the
on
LEDs should blink,
end of the leg.
and it should reset the clock.
So, yeah, it's about,
It's a specific
about an
hot
inch or
fix,
so.
is it?
And
It's
it's
a
Okay.
yeah,
But,
specific
I'm just-
hot
I'm
fix.
When
Shall we try
it's
that?
stood,
Yeah.
wriggle down a bit. I'm actually standing on the bottom of it.
Okay.
So, yeah, come up that inch
All
and a
right.
half.
So there's this head here. Do you think about that much again? That would not quite that much.
Probably not quite that much,
Okay.
but that sort of
Yeah.
depth. Yeah.
All right. Okay, I'll get on it. Any progress on the lamp yet, or haven't got to it?
I'm sorry, I haven't
No,
looked at it.
that's fine.
I'll have a look in a minute. What's up with it?
Well, I think it's probably some kind of loose connection inside. I hope that's all it is. A cat knocked it off a table more than once. But it's supposed to light up when you open it up like that.
Hello.
And it
Hi.
doesn't.
Right,
Is this your camera
completely.
phone?
It is, but we're doing a
Yeah,
kind
and
of
I have tried
don't dry
replacing the
run.
bulb and that
Oh, okay.
So we aren't really accepting the
Yeah,
torrent
it's a
of
miracle.
things to be fixed just
Oh, I
at the moment. We're
see.
kind of working on our backlog and perfecting. We're doing some sort of streaming.
Is Gordon here?
I don't think Gordon's here yet.
Oh, okay.
No, it's coming this afternoon apparently.
Oh yes.
okay.
Oh brilliant.
Well, my name's Sophie and I've been talking to Gordon about running a repair cafe.
Oh brilliant. Hello Sophie.
Hi.
Hi.
No,
Well,
I
welcome.
didn't say hi, but
Yeah.
Right.
Gordon
Yes.
will tell you more, I expect.
Yeah.
I'm based over near Bramall Lane,
Okay.
and I'd love to host one. I've got a couple of volunteers willing to help.
Brilliant.
But I've
Did
been
you
thinking
hear
more.
about there's a repair event? Was it as part of the Age Concern project?
Oh, I don't know about that, no.
It was in Hillsborough.
I'm Bramall Lane, which is
Well,
the other
I'll
side of
go to
London
Latin.
Road.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
sorry.
that's
I got
okay.
my stadiums. I think
Yeah.
I got my stadiums
Easy
mixed
straight
up.
to make.
Yeah, sorry.
Put it.
Okay.
But thank
Well,
you
yeah,
for
Gordon
reminding
would be
me of
great to
Hillsborough
talk
one.
to. I'm trying to start a repair project that's a sort of 5 days a week
Oh,
thing,
wow.
which is obviously a different kind of
Yeah,
kettle
yeah,
of
yeah.
fish. And yeah, you
So I was
we were
just
sort of
connecting with Gordon because he lives near me, and so
Yeah.
I was saying I was looking to see if there are any people with electronics expertise, and I've got someone that does laptops and someone that does woodwork,
oh great.
and actually got someone that repairs glasses,
Okay.
which is a bit unusual, I know, but I.
Do you
so,
live
yeah.
in Hillsborough?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, sorry, that's not the right part of town. We've already established that, sorry. Yeah, well, there's quite a few people, and I think you'll get more coming out of the woodwork once
Yeah.
you start.
Yeah.
Do we
You
have
know,
iron?
Sheffield makers and hackers are based just
Did you
in
bring
Portland.
yellow box?
Just next to
Yellow
the
box?
Yeah, so
stadium.
that
Yes,
they're,
it's down
they're
here.
our neighbours.
Oh,
what
yeah,
work.
so I think there's an
Yeah,
eye
so
in the yellow
it's
box.
worth contacting them and letting them know because some of their members are, well, all of
Yellow
all the
box.
members are quite
Yeah,
technical,
yeah.
and some of them might want to join.
Yeah, no, that's really good idea.
Yellow
Okay,
box.
well,
Put it
nice
on
to
the
meet you
wall.
anyway.
Yes,
Well,
I'm just
Good luck.
the only reason I'm hesitating is that we were trying to
Look out for that.
There it is.
And so
I Gordon to say that there was a lot of good stuff about that.
There you go.
Yeah, the trousers as well.
Yeah.
But repress in the end, yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'll tell her that, it'll even be nine.
Coffee shop yellow box again. Right. Down this over there then, Alan.
Yeah, put this on this back wall and...
That would be every chance to give you this, and just take it from there. Because yeah, I might be able to give you a
Fine. Since we've seen in this.
So,
But we haven't got any there, it's a tool bag.
Oh yeah, so I talked to Margaret who runs Transition Sheffield with her home, and she was telling me how the ladies' breakfasts are gonna, like 10 people and then with breakfast and cafe, so we're supporting that. Yeah, yeah.
and there's a couple of places on the internet where you can get there. So there's prepared,
Well, actually, Margaret sent me a list. Yeah, and the 6 sizes and things like that.
Yeah, it's a very quick job but
What's your name? Sophie, yeah.
He's a rescue dog. It's 5 years on. This is 5 years better.
Right, okay. Well, there's hope for us all, isn't there?
I hope so, but I just have to watch him.
Doggies.
Yeah, doggies.
We'll take some squirrel.
Yeah.
I'll take some squirrel.
Yeah.
Eh? You see, you sort of want to come and say hello, but
He's
then
very
you don't
mixed.
want to come
He's
and say
very
hello.
mixed. Yeah, people can't read his body language. They think he's really friendly, and he looks really friendly, but
Yeah.
he's actually quite nerdy.
Yeah.
So true, so many of us. Anyway, I'll leave that then. That's really helpful. Lovely to meet you.
Yeah, no,
And good luck.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's
Did you
have
bring
a...
the little tool bag?
How exciting.
No, I haven't.
What's your name?
Just didn't have a chance to find it.
That's fine. So have you got some other bits of tools? Probably a little screwdriver.
Yeah, just come back to the
Tiny screwdriver in my hand.
Okay.
Right now.
Nice to meet you.
Actually.
I think it has to be tiny.
Penny's right.
Reset's run.
Right.
It said that the time's incorrect, press F2 and set correct time.
How did
Which
you
I-
know that? It must
which I've done.
Was it on the
And
internet?
then, don't know. And then
Sorry.
the computer's restarted a blue screen.
Okay.
And that's automatically
Right.
reverted again.
Okay. Is this over the internet?
It is, yeah.
Ah, they must have had that for a while then. Well, I suppose when they updated the OS, they introduced that backwards.
Yeah. I think so. But it
Right,
has
what
been
did
there
you
for
want?
quite a
Tiny
while.
screwdriver?
Well, these screws. So it's not necessarily tiny.
I suppose they don't have to really worry about
That's like a
piracy,
bigger
do they?
one,
Because
I will
you
find
can
you
run Apple's,
a slightly bigger one.
and if you've got an Apple, you've already paid for it.
Hang on. Hey, be back.
Oh.
What's your success rate with the Windows automatic repair there, Ian?
About 50%.
50? Wow. Okay. Cool. Maybe actually what we see are the people where it's failed for, so maybe that's why my guess would be low. Maybe that's because they're self-selecting, the ones where it works, they just don't come in.
It fixes the easy stuff where it can run script. The stuff that's not scripted, it.
Yeah.
Right.
Because it relies on the background troubleshooters. So what it
There you go,
actually
that's
does
good,
in the
right.
background is runs the background script.
Stick it in your hand and let you do it.
Well, like the network troubleshooter.
Like the network troubleshooter and that sort of thing. Yay! And now
Is that the
my
DVD
computer's
player?
full screen.
Yeah.
That's got a disc stuck in it with
That's
it.
a good hot
I think so, yes. I'm hoping so. Windows always fun. Then she who must be obeyed will be right once again, won't she?
Well, always. It's just a question of what way.
That is the DVD what's stuck in it. From when we didn't take out and move the house.
Well, at least
Which
that's-
was my fault, apparently.
Of course. But at least that should be a fairly simple thing.
Is there anything else that would be good to look at? Or?
So I know you brought your hammer, but if you fancy looking at something a little bit more delicate,
Yeah.
then we've got a couple of things that need looking at. So this is rather gorgeous, and I think I'd like to get it on camera as well.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So this is a.
Right, come and do it over here on this table over here, Gary.
Okay.
And then I can point the camera at you. Because I've not seen one of them for years.
So I've never seen one.
So let me point the camera at you.
Oh, it's got writing on the back, so.
In fact, I'd better point the other camera at you. Just a second.
Okay. My language isn't very good, but is this Greek or what language? Russian?
I think it's upside down. Oh, there it says.
Writing
Oh,
on the metal. At the back of the thing. Oh, hey, Ollie!
Hello.
Writing on. Hello!
Oh, on there, right.
How's it going?
Hey, not bad, not bad. Good. Hello.
You could buy them from just about anywhere. Them things at one time. They were very, very popular. Those little camera things, little calendar things.
It doesn't look like Cyrillic.
No, it's foreign, definitely foreign, isn't it?
Yeah. It might be a Romanized of something else. Yeah,
So I don't know what you would call it. There's probably
Yeah.
but it's a sort of little tiny flip calendar.
Yes, it's a flip calendar. It's exactly that. Yeah.
And do the two parts interact, or do you have to set them separately?
No, you set them separately.
So what I've been told is that the bottom part has stopped working.
They just roll round. They should just spin round.
No, it might need a new pin inside it or something like that.
Is it not spinning?
I haven't looked at it yet, I'm afraid. I was saving it for today. But what I have been told is it's all sort of very precious sentimental value. Even things like the cardboard on the bottom, may have some writing from Grandad, or it's something. It's of that order. So, we need to pay particular care not to sort of
Right. So
damage
that's
it.
going round. That's going round. There's nothing wrong with it,
Brilliant.
as far as I know. And that's 21.
Is it a bit
That's
loose?
22.
Has it moved?
23,
Has it moved in
24,
its,
25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. What you shouldn't do is turn them backwards. So it says, turn top towards yourself, change the month, so that's when you go,
Alright.
let's say it's September now, change it to October. Turn slowly.
There's a lot of instructions.
Yeah. Then it's back to 1 again.
Wow.
So on. But that is
That how? Is this
very loose compared to what it should be. It feels as if there should be something in the middle here holding it.
Apparently it is possible to access through the bottom quite easily.
And there isn't.
So maybe we should have a look.
Yeah. Do it just there then, Gareth, then the
Well, is
camera
that
can
something
see
you'd
what
like
you...
to-
I can have a go, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've got absolutely no experience either.
I'll do my best.
So little screwdrivers there for any help
Oh,
to
yeah.
you.
We've got lights and various small tools and.
Do we think is this just glued? Oh, barely even glued.
Yeah, it might just be sort of tapped in.
Oh, there you go, nothing in the middle.
Yeah. And it looks like maybe there was something in there.
I think something's missing out of there.
So what situation is it? Means it's still full
It's set to an automatic repair.
screen. Right.
Reboot to the most game.
Yeah. Ouch. So what was that fix you used? Like a reset and then
It's
Sure how these are
for
supposed to-
3 seconds. It reflashes and resets the time.
Come off, whether these are threaded.
I don't think they do come off. I don't think it's that fancy.
Do you think they're pressed in
I think there
when
should
it's
be
made
something.
and that?
Yeah, there should be something in the middle of there.
Yeah. But we need to get the twisting
There should
parts
be something in the
out.
middle of there, rammed into the centre of that, holding that together. I would say, in there, and because obviously, unless they should be just pushed further in to hold it steady in that
I'm not sure what to
way.
Yes.
You know, so it should be less space between that and that, so it can't do.
They don't seem to move at all, so I'm not sure if
Yeah.
the metal part is threaded
Have a fiddle with
into.
it. Evening, Ollie.
How are you?
I'm alright, thank you.
Good. Oh, where are we streaming to?
Well, we're streaming to the website.
Oh, is it live on the Cafe website?
Yeah, it should be, and it should be live on YouTube as well.
That's awesome.
I don't want to just yank it out because it does look quite
No,
quite
exactly.
delicate.
I've been writing it very often. This is about 4 times done this.
You get yourself on the internet.
Yes. Trying to find it.
Good idea to bring that in.
Yes. We've been up to these particular figures.
Oh, the
Star
new
Wars,
figures.
Star Wars ones for a while. So
Oh, is this a special set?
yes, so we managed to find them just now,
Oh.
which is handy.
Would anybody like to take a guess what the next move is?
Next move.
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming that these plastic things here are part of the sliding DVD drive. Yes.
Have a look.
But do I need to take these screws out? The circuit board off the top.
I think you can probably take the entire plastic mechanism off whilst leaving the circuit board to the top. Yeah, and you can see at least two of one of the four screws. Yes. It's going to be a bit awkward, and you're going to have to take the flat flex cables out.
No.
I'm just going to do some trace of the controllers, and after then a cup of tea, I'll probably put the kettle on the president.
What do we think? That's one of the screws what needs to come out.
What's up there, Alan? Is there a DVD in it?
She says so.
I'll come around this side so I don't get in the way. Yeah. Well, is there a DVD in it? Is there a release cap on it? Is there, you know, like, when you used to put a floppy disk into a computer, there used to be a little thing you could stick a pin, you could pop it out and it got stuck. So is there...
What's wrong with it? Is there...
We think there's a disc in it,
Okay.
which when we moved house wasn't took out,
Oh,
so
okay.
as it jumped out of where its location,
Yeah.
but it won't come out.
Oh, okay, so it's sort of jammed.
Might have a wheel in there. But drive it. There you go. That wheel I'm turning in there, that drives the drawer out and there's no disc in it.
Right.
Have you got any materials to compare things with? I just, with that
Yeah, what's
calendar thing,
well, a missing piece.
I'm not really sure what's going on. Like, it looks, there's holes in there that look
Yeah.
like it could have had a pin or something through.
Yes, I think that's
But it wasn't just kind of rattling in around in there or anything. But I just wrapped a bit of solder around.
to pad it a little bit.
Yeah, and that seemed to make a difference. So we just kind of need something.
So if we could put like a cocktail stick or
Yeah.
something.
Or maybe I should just put some solder in since I've got it on hand. Yeah.
We couldn't get it too often.
Yeah.
So I've got no idea. I only know what Sandy's told me. And I don't even know whether she's legal. I'll check the remote control. Press the button to open the door.
No, I took apart my circular saw the other week because I was convinced that it was broken. And it weren't until I taken it apart, put it all back together, that I realised that I borrowed the fuse.
You took the fuse now.
Has anybody else brought any sewing to be done?
I didn't, no.
I'll get on with my own.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
The thing is, there's nothing inside it, which she was convinced that there was something in it.
Yeah.
Because somewhere we've actually got an empty favourite DVD case,
Okay.
DVD. So that's why she was convinced it was jammed
Yeah,
inside.
so that's where it could be.
It's 3 years since we moved. And it's like, I thought, yeah, okay, we'll take it. We'll take it and have a look. Oh,
Get
yeah.
close. Just a little bit further down from where you are.
Yeah.
You got it there.
I'm not saying I'm working at Mills volunteering for Tram Lines.
Oh, nice.
Free entry.
Hey.
Next Saturday, which is the day before the festival, I've seen you running the session.
I'm sure.
Yeah. No, it's just we've got a few deliveries, a lot of them have to come on Friday and Saturday.
Sure.
Do things like tables. Because we're going to be using the other room for an exhibition, so also doing that on Saturday.
So you can't load everything into that.
No. So there's just going to be 25 tables and 45 chairs. So if we want to put them in this room, but we can put them on them.
Yeah, I mean, I hope it's okay to try and work around them.
Yeah, I'm okay. I think. I mean, you're okay with it, yeah. Some of them I can't remember what's coming Friday, what's coming on Saturday, but yeah. So it's just as long as you're happy for us to do.
I bet that's what it's
Yeah, that's what it's doing.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
fine.
Right. Do you know if Martin's here?
I haven't seen Martin, but I have seen Patrick.
Martin's our own. They do the cardboard slide for the festival.
Right.
It's like to try it out.
Oh dear. Well, no one saw that.
They use sports.
You get anywhere with that?
Well, I think that it is just really loose. I'm just wondering.
They're not normally loose.
So this is all.
Yeah.
So
I've got a couple at home, and they're normally quite tight to turn.
These are sort of electronic things, but you're welcome to poke around, and then if you get lucky, there might be something useful in there.
Do you know if there's normally a washer on the outside?
No
or
idea. I've never took one
Right.
apart. The ones I've got at home still work, sort of thing. So I've never prized the base off one.
Okay, I found a screw that is kind of the right diameter to fit in those holes.
But it's
I'm not
getting
sure how
you
deep-
you
yeah.
can't get it in both, can you? Though.
Well, I've got a hacksaw, so I could cut the one end off, but yeah, it's gonna. There's a limit to how much you can get it in, and it would still be able to pop out, I suppose, if they both bent far enough. I'm not really sure how deep the hole goes as well.
Yeah, I mean that's a really.
I might just try it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it sounds like your arm's a case. We're waiting.
Well, actually, maybe I don't have a hacksaw.
We've got a big variety of screws, so.
I'll try just cutting it with.
Well, what about a bit of sort of stiff wire that you could sort of bend have the sort of.
That would be ideal if you've got some stiff wire.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we can. We have. I mean, it's just a question of finding it.
Paperclip.
Yes.
Yeah, something like a paperclip on a desk somewhere.
There's an office next door that can have paper.
Little wire.
Bit of stiff wire. Sound like a paperclip is the right stuff to look.
What's up with this then?
What's that is it won't keep time. So,
legs on
Yeah.
for a bit of
somebody else
wire.
has a fix and that kind of hardware, so it's trying to repair hardware.
Yeah, that could. It's quite thin, I suppose, unless it's a really big.
Oh, is it?
The right size, or?
I think it can be cut down.
And wrapped around multiple times as well.
Still to go.
Oh, great,
It's got
thank you.
some stout
But I think we had
snippets
one
as
before,
well.
that's a similar issue. In this one, we see
I've got some capacitors and things. You know, they've got like legs on.
Yeah.
Ah, that's a good thought.
It's in that yellow box there.
I'm doing a bit of arts and crafts.
Oh, nice.
Bit fix it.
We need
Oh, is it?
capacitor
Yeah.
like the
So,
in that control box or something.
So what, sorry?
Remember that control box for the train?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Capacitor spot. Where's the capacitor we wanted?
No, it was a pot.
This is my new favourite. Sorry.
Is this a cricket?
Hiya.
Very similar, yes.
Yes.
Slightly different model.
Yes, yes. We've got one what's locked to some software. So it only cuts out screen protectors
Oh wow.
for phones, obviously, and tablets,
Oh wow.
and other electronic. But the software's brilliant. I don't really need it for anything else. So.
Wait till you see what you can do with it.
Yes.
This is the most, one of the best craft things I've ever done.
So you put in this like masking thing sort of stuff on
Yeah,
there.
so this is what's it's called transfer paper.
Okay.
And so yeah, you cut out the negative stencil and you put that on the front.
I wonder if those
And then
reels that are turned by things on the outside, those things on the outside are just like a self-tapping screw into those reels.
Yeah, I kind of wondered that, but it's really difficult. Like I can't turn them by hand.
Has this already been through the...
Grab the reel with the pliers and see if you can
The
turn.
thing is,
I mean the outer thing on the reel. Grab that with the pliers and see if you can turn it and tighten it up. See if it'll screw in, sort of thing. Anything?
It does seem to move, but I'm not sure that it's tightening. Yeah, it seems the same as it was before, to be
What's the
honest.
chemical you've got there?
But I guess if I could.
Okay.
But I'm just trying not to get fingerprints.
Yes, yeah. I see where you're going.
There you go, it's going out. So what is it on the inside? Is it a screw? Is it a screw?
No, it's just pressed. Looks like.
It's that simple.
With that. With that being done,
You have to also, I didn't notice
can
that,
fit this
tiny,
little
when you look closer, you
threaded
notice,
thing in.
little tiny imperfections. So, and it's got like it's molded these sorts of bottles. So,
Which is
should have chosen a different one.
very tight.
Should be alright. Now,
Which is a good thing. There we go, that's in now. And if I try and fit this back again. And since it is just a press fit, I think if I can. Let's get some more grips.
I've got sort of, I think, have I got it with me? I think I have got some flat pliers.
Oh yeah. It's like
Oh yeah, not very good, mate. But it's sort of, it's like a plastic credit card type thing, but a bit thicker. And one end's got like a soft
oh wow, yeah.
soft side to it.
A proper squeaky one.
Yes, that's the one, squeaky.
Yeah.
So I'll definitely call them up.
That'd be awesome. Well, with a bit of luck, we'll be in the shop in a couple of weeks.
Okay, it's going to be that fancy.
Well, I'm hoping so because we don't have to finish doing it in order to open.
Yeah.
You know, so long as we've got a toilet, you know, with the safe and, you know, we can finish cleaning out and making it look more presentable.
Yeah.
Sort of as we start. I think.
Are they any good? It's just flat on the end.
oh yeah. The thing is, it then is at an angle.
Okay, good. So don't put it in upside down.
You kind of need something like channel locks or something, but obviously not as big.
Screwdriver's pointing down, is it?
Unless we could.
Up on the right. Yeah.
Unless we had something that we could place in between and then try and whack it in with a hammer. As long as we don't.
Agreed. I instinctively thought that you were going to go for that, so you sort of laid it.
Or if we.
Not sure on that one.
You kind of need something. I mean,
Is it vinyl weight?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we obviously don't have a vice, do we?
Signage.
If we could,
Right. Yeah. Now I've got one more to do.
having said that though,
Pushed together somehow, doesn't it?
it does look like they line up better. They look more centred when they're sort of where they are. So maybe the right answer is just to kind of pad out. If we use a paper clip like we thought of doing before, to just pad out.
I think I've got the wrong size as well, so that's not very good.
We'll actually now that we can get these out, we could actually fit washers in. If we have washers.
Yeah.
Still quite clean, so
I've seen people with little finger condoms.
Cots, they call finger cots, I think they're called, yeah. But, yeah, they're not my cup of tea.
I don't see any washers in there.
So
Yeah,
got
this is the bit
Oh, in
that's
show some washers talking about somewhere.
quite perfectly depth. Yeah, it's a little tiny bit too shallow, so you have to be quite careful you don't pull
Maybe in the cupboard over there.
Oh, is there any in that? Is there any in there in that yellow crate? Have a rummage in that yellow crate.
I imagine there's bits like this.
Oh, here's
the old
waters.
Zero.
They
Exactly. Sort of bits
And these are actually the perfect size, it looks like. Maybe even some of these.
Is there anything you can do to the program?
What do you call those locking washers?
Looking at
Yeah.
the book, it looks like it thinks that this is the way. Is that right?
What I should have done is, I'm using Escape, and it's got a nice, which is nice because it's a proper piece of software. It's not any noddy sort of cutting labels sort of thing.
Yeah.
And you can.
I wonder if we maybe want.
Paths.
Okay.
Which I should have done, and that would have.
I'm just working out which bit is the waste here. Is it the outside or?
This works like that.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. It's cut it and sort of see above the E. And then cut into the.
There's a couple of settings on the extension to send it to the silhouette cutter.
Yeah.
Where you can put in little extra bits that are supposed to help the night upload.
Yeah, that's
around and it's got quite a lot of tweakability. I haven't played with it much. I tried a couple of different ones and then just thought, right, all these settings are kind of.
We've got the label as well at our place. And that's the software on that sort of like.
Take both sides out. So the month is on the left if you're facing it.
Is it one of those cheap paper devices?
Yeah. The software is absolutely fantastic. The software is really bad.
Is there an open source one? Do you have to get a new controller board sometimes?
Yes. So
software to work.
Mine doesn't like my software now because it was a replacement controller board what I've got from a little machine and it really doesn't like it. The preset stuff like the backs, the phones, what we use it for.
Yeah, so that's as far in as it seems to go.
So
which is
nice, but the other, trying to do your own.
quite a bit thicker than the metal of the,
So stick that
the
water
casing.
on.
Once upon a time, I did it once and it worked. And I managed to get, I've got this like credit card.
That should sort of.
And it left a really
What's
nice
the word I'm looking
mark
for?
on there with the logo.
That should.
It's nice.
It works nicely on anodized
Anodized,
stiffen it up a bit because it'll
Yeah.
grip more, won't it?
Space it out and that feels really nice now.
I managed to get that to work.
Okay, so let's try the other side then. Maybe we don't need that little pin that I cut down.
That's looking good to me. I think you might have cracked it.
Yeah.
Right. Another fine repair.
It's looking that way.
Another fiddly repair.
Yes.
I've not seen one of these calendars for a long time. You used to see them everywhere.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was a sort of tourist, you know.
Oh yeah, they are touristy, yeah.
Yeah, souvenir from my visit to Dresden in sort of 1958 or something.
I bought one from Doncaster Racecourse once. It had got like racehorses and things on it. It was exactly the same as that, just different picture on the front. I think they date back to like 1940s, I think. So I've got another one at home that's all chrome. It's very sort of Art Deco looking.
Right, but the same mechanism inside.
Same idea, yeah. But it's not got a round face on it like that. It's got a rectangular face.
What I thought it might have is a magnet on the end, so that as you flipped it round, it would increment the date.
No, it's nothing that technical.
That's a shame. I think that would be
It
great.
just works by gravity.
Maybe that's too stiff actually. On the one side.
Yeah, actually, that do you a mystery.
Yeah.
I think they're generally supposed to be a bit stiff.
Yeah.
The coconut or your nut.
So when you move it about, it doesn't spin round.
How does that seem to you?
How does that look? I'll do it over there so the camera can see it. Oh, I think that's spot on. Yeah, that feels about right to me. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's alright, I think. What date is it today? It's
23rd?
May, June,
23rd
July. And it's a Saturday. What's the day? It's Saturday. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3. There you go.
Yeah.
It's a fix.
Yeah, we're doing.
It's even accurate.
I said, yeah, it's even accurate. It's even got the right date on it.
Videos for a little while. I got a bit fed up with it. And it seemed to slow down. But now, since we've got back into it in the last couple of weeks,
We can see what it
it's
does, Gavin.
crazy busy again.
So when you say got back into it, you mean making videos?
Yeah, making videos.
So you see a direct connection between...
Yeah.
Really? That's
So if we post videos online, sort of pictures, videos and all that kind of thing, then we get some.
But from people in Sheffield, obviously.
Sheffield and the Greater UK.
Oh wow, so people are posting stuff to you?
Yes, yeah. The mail and stuff, it keeps me very busy.
Right. Oh, that's very smart. So that makes more sense with the video as well.
Yeah, that's it. Because the reach on that
There it is.
we get people from somebody messaged from Israel.
Excellent.
Asking us to fix something.
That's
They don't accept stuff.
a 100% success, I think that. From what I can see.
If there's a warranty issue,
or
then
the shipping itself.
yes, it gets out of hand.
That whole thing of import-export, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
And the same thing with the rail machines.
Or what, even to fix them, it counts as import.
Sort of, yeah.
Unless you actually do a thing, these declarations to say that it's going to be back out of the country within a given amount of time.
Honest governor, and then you... Right.
And then you need to have that documented proof that it's been sent back out to get away from customs duties and stuff.
Right.
Do you the braille machines worldwide then?
No. Short answer is no.
Yeah.
I have done them for Ireland and things.
Yeah.
And I have sent them out to Gambia,
Okay.
varying different places.
Yeah.
But where we did really come unstuck with it, I didn't actually have a batch come in from somewhere out towards Somalia area, and really came unstuck with it.
Right.
Because through the thing that can come through in Matters for the Blind, or Articles for the Blind Free Post, like from America and different things.
Yeah.
But if there's a value, then the free post service only covers you up to something like $25.
Okay.
The import duty stuff starts at £19.
Yes.
Because it's not worth claiming it. And sending this stuff backwards and forwards, but they sent 9 on a pallet.
Okay.
And this pallet went into a holding place in Heathrow.
Right, go on.
Being charged at £30 a day.
Bloody hell.
Until it could actually be released.
Yeah.
Became seriously stuck with it. Cost me a fortune.
Oh, jeez.
Because what I said to do was I would service these machines for free. Some guy bought some off me.
Yeah.
Took them out there, and I said, well, look, as a goodwill gesture, send me a couple, and I'll do a service on them.
Yeah.
But the actual machines, because of the climate out there, weren't even worth it.
That does happen when you end up doing a favour. You end up going back to bike, doesn't it?
No good deed goes unpunished.
And this is where I found out, they were coming in and the custom stuff, but then still had to pay the storage at Heathrow.
Yeah.
£200 just for storage.
That's pretty much the reason why I don't get into it, because I just know I'll end up getting stung somewhere when we have.
It was a bad experience. I have had people actually just bring them in their hand luggage.
Okay, yeah.
As a thing, and done them to all intents and purposes. They were here in the UK.
Yes, of course.
Well, if you're not responsible for the import, then it's not your problem, is it?
If they want to smuggle it in their suitcase.
Well, it's not smuggling, is it? It's personal possession of theirs.
Well, it is, but yes, yeah.
You don't have to declare if you take a radio on holiday. You know, even if it was really valuable, if it was clearly in your luggage and I think that would be a bit easy.
But there is that thing then, except under somebody who brought a camera in from China.
Right.
And because it was still with all the news, so he bought it for his girlfriend, who was a student here, and they got stung on import duties and stuff for it.
Oh, because it was all still in the box and totally fresh. And
that's the kind of sounds of it. Yes.
Right. Maybe it's a kind of if they can make an assertion that then you have to prove otherwise, don't you?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, that's the trouble, isn't it? Yeah, you've got to prove that. You've got to prove yourself.
Yeah. And then there's other bits of loopholes with the braille machines, because if it's owned by, if it's bought by a visually impaired person, it's VAT exempt.
Okay.
If it's bought by a local authority or a school for a person, it's not VAT exempt.
What if the council officer is visually impaired?
Because if it's still bought by the council,
That's really unusual, because normally it's about the item, isn't it? Not who's buying it.
Yes, it's the product.
Yeah.
But I think because what was said, and this is one of the reasons why I deregistered for VAT.
Right.
Because then the theory was that everybody has to pay VAT, even though they're exempt from it, unless you can actually show the paper chain from original purchase that says no VAT was paid on it, because VAT follows the machine or the device.
And the VAT people in their revenue look nice.
Yes, yeah. And it served a purpose at the start, because when I was doing this, there was other people repairing the machines. But by having a VAT number, I didn't look like some guy who was just doing it in his spare bedroom.
Yeah.
Which is what it is.
But now you're one of the last in the country.
Yeah.
Beggars can't be choosers.
Beggars can't be choosers. They've got no other choice.
Yeah.
So, be registered from the VAT stuff.
Well, I mean, what do they think? That you're going to be in like a 5-story, like luxury kind of shop-filled warehouse, but with enormous profits to be made repairing braille machines, you know, like taking 3 or 4 foreign holidays a year.
Yeah.
How do they? Yeah.
So, a few bits, chopping and changing of how we operate.
What's happening, Gareth?
Sorry?
What's happening here?
So this is a side project. I'm making, one's for Dad, and this is for Bitfixing. So this is for our 80th birthday next weekend, I think. Do a bit more glassware, and then put some etching sort of solution in the gaps, and then put a bit of colour to make the etching sort of stand out. Hopefully it'll be finished by the time.
You were going to look at this lamp, hadn't you?
Oh, well, yes. I've realised I've not brought them up and doing it.
I've got them now.
Oh, right. It doesn't turn on, apparently.
Yeah. Well, it's supposed to turn on, isn't it? When you open it up,
We need
it
to
gets
plug
past,
it in somewhere.
gets past a certain point.
How to plug it in?
We are quite sure.
Socket there.
So there used to be one on wall over there, didn't
The
there?
socket
Oh,
there.
there's one here behind me.
It's on that chair.
There's a socket behind you. Right.
Yeah, we are generally sure.
Plug that in there.
Yeah, I used to put in hundreds of pounds worth of order into Perkins. And then because it was over that £19 limit, I used to get charged the import duty, which is equivalent to the VAT, plus the customs handling charge. But now I've actually found lots of the parts I want are relatively low value, like $1.
Right.
So I'll order 20 of them, get them sent through Matters to the blind, so there's no shipping charge, and it's under the value, claiming the VAT on it. So it's just a bit of a pain every few days saying, oh, I want 20 of these.
Do you get quite busy then by the sounds of it?
At the minute it's dropped off a bit, but yes, that was quite busy though. But then the main college in Hereford has started redoing them. Because the guy retired, and then with COVID, the whole college system all shut down and stuff. So I was the only person. Apparently the college is now employing somebody else who's supposedly being trained up in doing them.
Would you like a handful of that?
Oh yeah.
Hard drive is corrupt, hard drive cannot be found, so it's like it's a reinstalled operating system.
Yeah. Well, things are going quite badly. Do you think we should just leave it for a day or two?
Yeah, he can't find a hard drive now. It blue screens and says cannot find the hard drive.
Bad news. What? It was just looks as it. I mean, yeah.
So
And the hard
what
drive
is happening with the
hard
camera?
drive is an M2.
Oh, sorry, I missed that.
The hard drive is an M2.
Yeah.
What camera?
Oh, a little tiny.
Taking
So we
pictures
can't even put it in a caddy or.
us doing stuff.
It's running now.
Well, Because Katrina Myth more or less finished, so if you want pictures
It's not
of
take it on
sewing.
and try reinstalling Windows and see if
You
you can go
can
from
tell us,
there.
you can tell us what
I'm
you've
welcome
done.
to
I'll
use the
come
Windows
and
if you like here. Do something now.
Yeah.
Did you just for sort of social media or the
Yeah.
website, yeah?
Yeah,
I'll
you
go
can't,
in, I'll make myself useful and
we can't get the web stream into that room, of course. We
Okay,
can't
these are-
make the mobile cameras work. because we
I
can't
also have this theory that
get
you either have
to
a making
the,
day or a breaking day.
It's a breaking day.
Can't walk forward.
If you carry on, then it'd be like, I think the power's gone.
I don't mind,
The
just.
fuses will go and the building will burn down.
I think
and,
both.
So
Well,
maybe
you
we should stop
finish
now.
that now.
Yeah,
so.
I'm done with hemming these.
Excellent. There we go.
So yeah, turn them up another inch or so.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that should be a lot better.
Hope that works. If not, bring them up.
My legs shrink.
Yeah.
They're a nightmare because these are quite slippy material.
Yeah.
And the shirt was an exceedingly slippy material.
Yeah.
So every time I moved, it went
Uh,
up and down with it.
So do we think there's something going on with the adapter, or?
Well, something wrong somewhere in it.
What's this
I
one?
just thought this was a place to start.
Okay.
No, I didn't write it.
You've not got another one of these, have
I
you?
haven't. Sorry.
Got the machine and then we've got each individual.
I can't even get the screws out of it.
Okay, please.
Yeah, I would suspect that it's more likely something in the light itself.
Yeah, these adapters have a shelf life though. They,
Yeah.
they only last for so long.
Ah.
And then they just any kind
Kind
of
of burn
adapter.
themselves out, yeah. That makes sense, I guess.
Especially if it's like got feed to it all the time, won't it? Which it would if it's plugged in, just ready for you to open the lamp and
You
come on.
know, yeah, I never thought of
There's
that.
constant feed going
Yeah,
in.
exactly.
Yeah,
You have to be on and
yeah.
Even though the light's not on, you still got feed
Sure, a
going
couple
on
of
to
times
it.
it
Yeah.
says
it can't
Well,
install.
if all it takes is a new adapter, I don't mind buying a new one.
Now it says it's installing again, and it seems to not remember the Wi-Fi.
also it's got a brand new light.
I just managed to get it on the Wi-Fi when it started off.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
The light was, yeah, the light was kind of a
Get
kind of
through
a
it.
chore to
That's
get it over.
We could always get hold of the image on it.
I mean,
Yeah,
lamps like
it's
that
really
are
difficult to
available.
get hold of the image,
Yeah.
Because
especially when it's such an old version.
Yeah. Work like.
Couldn't be installed again.
Oh, interesting, yeah, I hadn't thought
You
of
can even do a battery power one.
Yeah.
So you can actually plug it into charge it and then actually move it onto the table where you're working.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie, let's skip up.
Nice. Yeah, I only know of this brand, so I don't know, what else to look up.
Don't know is the short answer, the way I'm going today.
Went on to the RNIB website.
Especially on occasion.
Also, task lighting.
Task lighting.
I've got loads.
Yeah, it's pro edition. It's
I'll give my license.
Yeah.
Yeah, loads of bits and lights like this.
So I've got a nasty suspicion because it's multi-activation. It
Yeah.
was put in the
Well,
key again,
So they've taken out.
Oh,
which I thought.
That's it.
yeah, but not.
So
But
that's it there.
sometimes you could actually then do a search for the same thing at all.
Taking out the bit.
Yeah.
But it's a good place to start.
I wouldn't expect it to have to be.
That's one of the things that they like to do. Somebody can't eat a lot.
Slowly,
Now, one of the bits I didn't come up with.
Yeah, I think that's this one.
Yeah.
Oh, there. See that bit there? It's quite perfect. So
So
you
yeah, it's a hassle to get it here.
Yeah.
You know what?
Well, if we can get it working, it would be great.
The glass with your name on it. Because there was some action, but I think we could.
Would that be cool?
Okay. Well, let's do that.
So I can go.
Yeah,
Go out for a cigarette and then
yeah,
it'll
it's
help
gonna be
you out.
5 minutes and then we'll have to.
Make that. What's that sound like?
The thing is, what you're going to put in the
And
bottom.
then you can pick the letters out of your
Yes,
name.
that'd be perfect, right?
Is there a home in this business course?
I'm not sure. Is it? I think Andy's the chief organiser.
No, I'm not. That's a lie. Just not true.
So that's Andy.
I don't organise anything.
Who's in denial. And that's Alan. And the man who was here before is Gareth. I'm not sure who this chap
I'm
is.
Ian.
That's Ian. That's his first time met him. And then this chap here.
I'm Tom.
That's Tom. And then this is Len. He's 7.
Yeah, now you're son.
He's my son. I think people guess that, but
Could be somebody just down off the
So
street.
you see lots of people who first ask you what age I am, say I'm 9 when I'm 7.
yeah, you're a big guy. So
Both a transformer, isn't it?
Happy birthday. The 18th birthday. Who's this for?
So this is for.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, so that bottle's for. You know, Gareth, who was here before. He runs a computer workshop here, where he fix computers and help out computer problems. And it's been like that. It's been 18 years since he started. So he's basically got a special elderflower champagne
What?
to celebrate.
For a party next week, I think.
Why does it say birthday then?
Because of the 18th birthday from
Of him
the organisation.
Yeah, of the business, sort of the business, of the enterprise.
Happy, who's this happy birthday dad one for?
I'm not sure.
That's Gareth's dad.
That's Gareth's dad. Is that cool? Yeah.
What does it say?
Wild and Coleman Elderflower Champagne 2022.
That's what
Same
that
as that
says.
one, yes, so this one must be for another bottle.
I did some, the first time he did some, they were too big for the bottle, so he did them slowly. And that's the ones that were too big.
Do you like doing this part of the job?
I do actually, yeah. I like little bitty things, you know what I'm saying? You seem to have lost that song this year. The little doctor in the middle of the G.
I can still recognize.
Yeah.
Sort of checks out.
That old job. Yeah.
You start to smell.
I think that's something to talk about later, Charlie.
I think we've got progress.
Oh, yes.
I just had to make it think it was 2017. Apparently it
Go
was
and
after
take
2017
some
then it went
pictures
wrong.
next door.
I don't know why.
Because your warranty's expired, obviously, so.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
I'm going to go and take some pictures for the website.
Right, I don't think it's this. Should it go on when it opens then?
The ones I'm aware of in the past, yes.
So there's some kind of switch in it.
Yeah, as you lift the lid,
So when you lift that up,
a light comes on, and it probably only has to be open like a couple of inches for it to come on.
if that's on now, there should be continuity across there. It is. Just shut it, Alan. Right, hold it again.
You can hear it click. The
Yeah,
switch
that's working, going on and off.
that switch is activating at that point now.
It's definitely going on and off that.
Being as this is what it is, what does it say the bulb is?
I can't read it because it's under the bulb. Well, surely that bulb should just pull out.
We're going to do it in
Yeah.
big letters.
Yeah, oh, there you go.
Or just straight.
Nice.
Or sideways.
Well,
Okay, so let's
that
see.
is
how
a
much. So if it goes,
240
it
volt
wraps
bulb.
around the glass a little bit, maybe like that much. So it's halfway around. So you have to turn it to read it. Because otherwise it would be really small.
120 volt.
Bigger.
It is 120.
About 12 centimetres
Bulb.
long. Okay. So
It's a, what's it called?
tell me
Yeah,
what
a fluorescent.
It's a little fluorescent daylight bulb.
So if it's a fluorescent bulb, you can't test it for continuity, can you? Because it's in gas.
So I think
But then it will have just been doing that. So I bet if we open and close it without the bulb in, it's not going to show continuity
Yeah,
across
well, I'm
meters.
thinking testing the bulb. Can you test a fluorescent bulb for continuity?
You want to test this bit first?
I've got a bulb in the hand, so I'm just doing the bulb. See that is showing no continuity. But not sure how it works, a fluorescent bulb on the
I
side.
just thought
That's not.
Oh, he's Googling it. A man's Googling it. I don't think with a fluorescent bulb there's a path, the metal path.
No, I
don't think
yeah.
the filament through it.
you need to strike it, don't you, to make it conduct?
There's an air gap, isn't there?
Yeah.
Or a gap in the,
Yeah.
I think.
So in which case?
So it needs a starter, and I bet the starter's built into the bulb.
Without, if the bulb was in and you were getting continuity, are you getting a false reading?
I've got no idea.
Because you shouldn't get a
I've got
continuity.
no idea.
card
Why
on it.
can't people just have a light fitting with a light bulb in? Why do they have to
It
have
says that you can test continuity if you set it across the connectors, and you can set your multimeter to 1.2 ohms.
Oh, blimey, you're not a day.
Pass.
I think it's all automatic, this.
I've got a basic one if you want to.
This is showing nothing, this one, Gareth.
Oh yeah.
You can set that to 1.2 ohms.
It says 1.2 ohms on this.
The lowest I've got is 200, but.
It will measure on ohms 1.2,
Yeah.
but it needs to be offsetting.
Does it do it automatically, Gareth?
What
Every meter is different.
Yeah, I haven't worked out how to do the calibration on that.
No, me neither.
But it should.
Yeah.
Let's try this one. Let's obviously what's with it on it.
Yeah, it's got sort of 12 ohm turn.
Well,
Yeah, it's same kind of thing.
So it's looking like this is probably suspect then, isn't it? Old. Must be the bulb. Must be the bulb then, we think. As best we can tell.
Yeah.
Did she say she bought a new bulb?
I think she said she has.
I think that's what she said. She bought a new bulb for her. Which doesn't mean that the bulb's right.
Don't know. Might be one for Gordon when Gordon gets here then.
Are you still getting a reading in continuity across it without the bulb in?
It needs to be quite thick to look good, but we could have it more straight, if you know what I mean. But that's quite sort of like handwriting.
Are we still getting a reading without the bulb?
More plain if you want it.
Yeah.
Just like that, yeah. I like this one a lot.
Like a bit to the side.
Yeah, well,
You might get something across.
Okay, so what you do is push this in and then load it.
Right,
Getting nothing at yes, we're getting nothing at that.
2, 4, 3. Just it.
So you can't
Oh,
really see, but
one,
this is
one.
there's a little tiny knife that goes up and down, moves it around and cuts it.
Oh, deactivate it again. Yeah, it's making a difference.
Anything else to look at?
It's Bluetooth speaker.
That should make a difference.
Oh yeah.
I think it's the bulb.
The waterproof one, that's going to be exactly. So I don't have. I tried to set expectations. So,
Yeah. I think it's the bulb.
What did they say was wrong with that?
I'm not sure.
Are you brave enough to actually put your electrodes in there while it's plugged in?
Can't come in. It's such a fine thing that. We tried. Is this bad? Is this bad?
Yes. It's been sat there on camera.
Our customers tried a new bulb in that, Andy. The bulb you've got there is the old one.
I'm not sure I can actually.
Oh, why have I got the old one?
She tried a new one and it didn't work, so she put the old one back in. So that's the old bulb that you've got there.
See you were getting
But
on quite
didn't
well.
bring the new one.
Yeah.
Which one should I start?
No idea. No idea.
Yeah, both.
It's far too complicated for a lamp. A lamp should be a filament bulb, 2 wires, plug. End of story. It will cost you all of £2.50 out of Wilco.
Is the starter built into
Something, maybe like the Beatles.
into the bulb or into the tray?
Oh yeah.
No idea.
I think it's in the bulb because I've got.
There's something in the bulb because there's that bit on the bulb.
Right.
And that looks like that could be that little plastic block. Looks like it could have got a little starter in it to me.
So, now, can you... Yeah,
Because the starters go, don't they?
That's what I was thinking.
So you want,
That's what I was thinking.
you want to be able to change a starter, and there's nothing else you can obviously change on it. So it will make sense for the starter to be built into the bulb.
Yeah, that's one.
I would have said.
That part looks a bit like it.
Because they like that lamp where you work on Perkins, isn't it?
Yes. What I
It's that same sort of thing.
Yeah, that's a what's it, isn't
You
it?
put the other letters next to
That's
it.
what it
it's
is.
smaller.
Yeah, well,
It
but
tells
what
your
sort of
brain
volt? Because that's got
what it is,
that
but
one of
it's
mine's
not
got a
exactly.
transformer on it. So whether that's knocking it down to 110, 120 volt.
Now there's a trick, can I show you how
Yeah,
I do
no,
it?
no idea. I
Even
mean,
try comparison with them.
well, you'd think that they very high voltage to start a.
Well, that's what that starter is, isn't it? That jumps it up.
Ah, that was good. Right.
They're like a coil, aren't
Put this
they?
back, I'll show you.
Yeah,
This is the kind
yeah,
of
very
system.
much so.
Yeah.
Right.
Reduces the voltage on it.
Well, there's no way I can get the probes into that.
It's so sticky.
So, if we imagine we knock down that
Trouble with the damn thing is this. Oh, I see. Right. Well, that opens for some reason.
so right,
So you get, oh, that's a magnifying glass.
there's
Oh,
a
that's
strange
strange.
underneath and hold it like this.
You still don't get anywhere.
Right, isn't it? Okay, I think that's probably too big though.
Risk
Let's
of
try the
fire.
other ones, shall we?
Never place the magnifier. That's silly, we can black on black.
I'll hold it.
There you go.
Can't even see how you can get the thing apart.
Yeah, and then that's it. Now if you put your finger on that, yeah, that's it. You've got the problem. If you sort of do the same with the E, and then yeah, so if you put it back,
Also,
so you put it back so it's in the right place, and then try and pull it up, but at the same time, hold the top, so on the surface of the top.
oh, Gordon's here.
I finally made it, folks.
Hey,
Hello, Gordon.
Fantastic. Oh,
Hello.
Hello there.
You've come just in time, Gordon.
Have we brought your task lamp?
No. All other things have changed since you last saw me.
Oh, God, I'm meaning.
No,
Why,
Gordon Ferguson.
Yes.
We needed.
Gotta get the name right.
We needed a man with a task lamp so we can check with the bulbs.
No. I can't take, my knees have packed in.
Oh,
I
dear.
can't carry anything heavy anymore.
Oh,
I can't even
dear.
carry me. Like, you know, I used to turn up with 2 great big bags.
Yes, we did.
I can't do that anymore. It's all I can do to carry a couple of items in a bag.
Oh,
Yeah. So I'm not quite sure how that's going to work out in future. But hey ho.
need a trolley, Gordon.
Yeah, you need a shopping trolley.
Yeah. But even dragging and pushing one of them is. Like I was walking along this morning on the pavement in the shops, and somebody were coming towards me, so I stepped to one side like this and nearly went over because my knee just started to go from underneath me. So yes, I'm falling to bits. Old age is catching up with me. What have we got here?
Human repair kit.
Sorry?
You need a human repair kit.
Yes.
Yeah.
I need my knees repairing.
Yeah. Get a plastic padding. Fill in the water.
Well, they do that in hospitals, so it may well come to that. Anyway, have we met before?
Yeah, I'm Ian, I'm from Bit Fix It.
All right, I'm
Oh, yes, hello.
I know who Bit Fix It is, of course, Graham, but right. So you're a Bit Fix It repairer.
Yeah.
Buried this. Buried.
I can do all. I
Yeah,
prefer
bottom
the
half.
stuff I fix to be made before about 1980. And if it's made before 1960, even better.
Electronics.
Electronics, yes, but old school electronics. Valves and...
You'll be impressed with streaming live at the moment, Gordon.
Right, so am I on TV? Where's the
Go and
camera?
stand over there and you'll be.
Hang on, can't see the
Stand
camera.
around the other side of the table.
The camera's there. Ah! With the
You're
lights.
not there yet. Go on, keep going, keep going. Now you are.
Hey.
Now wave.
I can wave.
There you go.
Right. Right.
So we're proving the concept that it can be done.
Yes.
Although we have had a few
Brilliant.
issues with it.
Look at that, eh?
This one.
That's clever.
We're doing some glass etching today.
Some what?
Glass etching.
is this one.
This one. Okay, so we're going to have to get an E somehow, aren't we? So let's make just a couple of E's so that we've got the middles to rescue.
This is the technology I want to
So it's the one on the left.
Pin
is E, isn't
that
it?
positive drive screwdriver I had earlier.
So,
Was it the one with the green handle?
Oh, I don't know.
Yes,
Kept
it
it
was.
back in the box.
take that.
That one.
Anyway, I have brought
Yes, thank you.
3 items handy in the end.
have you?
3 items there. One is an item of clothing.
Is it?
Oh, they're nearly packing up.
I better go through them and see if they want to do it.
Yeah, the invisible room ball there.
Leave it in there then, leave it on there.
Yeah.
But they've got a camera.
Well, unfortunately not. That's the technical issue that we have.
Right, let's just do it all over again.
Well, you take the bottom off that and nothing happens.
I'll just use the first one.
I was feeling it's heavy because it's just got a lump of lead inside it.
We could, but if you want to use the middle size one, then it should be quite quick.
It is really cool.
So that,
Have you got any
you
use
can't
of
really
like
get
free
check anywhere.
Never, not well. No, not really, no.
We're the same, we keep saying we'll get one, we can't quite get round to it.
Brilliant. Okay. So what do you think we should do? Should we try doing it all again, or do you think we should try just moving the E?
Just try and move these.
Okay. So you want to do that, or shall I do it?
I'll do it.
You can have a go.
Just remember to turn it upside down.
You can see it.
Can't see anything wrong with that speaker.
Why don't we?
Good.
Yeah.
And did it do left and right? And
Yeah,
Brilliant.
left and right.
Around
Yeah.
here.
Tone sweet and sounded fine as well. Music
Okay.
obviously seemed to work.
So it's me.
Cool. Okay. Well, we're cooking on gas today, aren't we? We've either broken things thoroughly or prepared them.
Still things are there. If you want, drop it there.
And you can
Oh,
nudge it,
yeah,
and then
nudge
just
it.
a little nudge with that
As
line.
you can see, that one's in exactly the right place, so you can sort of see where it's supposed to go.
There? You want to give it a little push down? How's that? That looks pretty
Okay.
close.
Now, if you cut round it, but leave that much gap all around.
Cut into it then.
Yeah, just leave the gap.
Perfect.
Maybe even a bit more. Doesn't matter, that's fine, but just, yeah, just leave it more as you go around.
Right, stop that out. And then
Yeah, just go.
Oopsie, a little bit close.
Let's stop, but, and just cut round again differently, it doesn't matter.
Is that okay?
Well, because we'll, yeah.
Yeah, don't put through the end.
It would be good to do a bit of a border. We need a border.
Yeah, so that you can see it. So let's just
Yeah, well, so the
finish
etching thing
that.
doesn't go.
Let's go with that. And then we'll
Yeah,
just
just
borrow
cut
that.
that on. Yeah, exactly.
And then if you just do another chop about there,
Yeah.
that'd be perfect. Now, you do that. So about there, yeah, perfect. A little bit different to squishes as well. There you go. Now that's it.
So
That'll do.
we don't need to do that.
No, no, that's all right.
Now, can you stick it down just on here somewhere?
Face
Like
down.
that? Yeah, that all the way up.
Flip it over there.
Upside down. So you have to put it this way up. Okay. Yeah. And smoosh it all. Very good.
So we've got any like masking tape for it?
Yeah.
Gareth's got the world's biggest roll.
Oh, that's.
Do you need a longer strip or?
No, that'd be perfect. Yeah. I'm just going to write down the
What are you
password
working on
that I
there,
set.
Andy?
Very perfect.
Yes.
The world's worst lamp.
Okay.
Okay. Now.
Is it not working?
We need to put this on.
Can't get the bulb back. See, you get the bulb in there, Ollie.
Oh, it's heavier than I thought.
I'm sure
it looks.
Yeah, it's got a lump of lead inside it. It's nothing clever.
Leave the plastic on here. We just go really slowly, make sure we get all the
No,
colours.
it looks like it just
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, exactly.
slipped in, but
Okay.
it doesn't.
They just
Now
push
we've
in.
got to work out where we're going to put it on the glass.
That feels
like that. Yeah.
Is it the right way and the wrong way round? The handed.
I only pulled it out.
Yeah.
I pulled it straight out.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering now if the bulb burnt in right in the first place.
It's
So you can't put it back in.
No.
Yeah.
It's a bit
But-
of a time.
When I changed mine, you did the bulb
We're not
just
plugged in, are we?
push in.
No, it's not.
So now,
It does just slide in.
White.
It doesn't.
No, it's just there's some sort of.
I'll show you, I'll start it.
Feel.
Yeah, but you know what I mean is
Nice and slow.
it just pushes in, but it only pushes in one way round.
Okay.
So like
Make sure we don't get
there are 180
Yeah,
degrees,
yeah, I know. With you.
and they just push in.
Yeah. It's just not. But it just feels dead restricted.
Now,
I feel like it's been
shouldn't
blocked
touch
by
us too much.
It feels like it should just slide in and sort of click into
Yeah.
place. Yeah.
Wait a couple of minutes.
So I'm wondering if the problem is that the bulb wasn't in right.
Yeah.
Because if it's that difficult, well, it was in there,
Okay.
sort of.
And she says that was the original.
And that was the original as well.
Oh, that looks real, that
Doesn't it?
Good job.
Yeah.
Elderflower champagne.
Yeah, just don't touch the inside where the letters are going to go.
Yeah.
Don't touch where the letters are going.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so are you going to etch this still?
Yeah.
Ah. I'm with you now.
I need to find
What are you using to etch it?
It's this, well, it's scary stuff, but you can just buy it on eBay, you know.
Not to be used by children.
See, I didn't want to insult you
No.
and say it looks a bit rougher on the edges, yeah.
Yeah.
On the outside edges, but
Yeah.
now you're saying that you're going to sort of, yes. I know exactly what.
There's methods for
Yes.
that.
I'm with you. So is it a chemical?
Yes, I think it's got to be something hydrofluoric acid like.
I'd have thought it was sandblasted.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be the other way of doing it. That does a better quality of etch, apparently. But I haven't got sandblaster.
There's a guy downstairs from me at the shop who's got a sandblaster.
Ah.
And I think he does that kind of thing. He's a sign printer.
Well, look, if you want to have another couple of vinyls cut, we can take them with you and then put them on a pint glass or something of yours at home and try it.
Causes burns which may not be immediately painful or visible.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you really don't want to be getting those. But I mean, I
What's the
just
next
recognise,
step?
you know, don't have to go nuts, just be careful.
Oh, there is something in that bottle.
There is.
Elderflower champagne 2022.
Very fine, yeah.
Well, if you etch that onto the bottle, you'll not be able to reuse the bottle.
Well, that's okay, because the other side of it will say Happy Birthday Dad, and it will be there.
Ah,
Oops, that's fine. I should have finished making it.
It's plastic just will slid away from there.
Yeah, sorry, we're so well staffed that we think we're
Yeah.
fixed.
I might just go and pull my kitchen apart now.
You've obviously got a backlog of your own.
Yeah.
Not yet. No.
I have
Yeah.
got some jobs.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Ah.
Well, ish.
Go on then.
Somebody with a soul behind it.
Right. Okay, that could be us. Well, look, I mean, if you've got things to do, obviously, Tom, then you.
Yeah, if you've got things to do, this is not that important, it's for Christmas.
Oh yeah.
What I've got, what I want to do, I have a trailer which is a
I
12
can't seem to get it in there, Andy.
Yeah.
I'm really lost.
No, I can't either. You're not on your own.
And I'm wanting basically to cut this off.
It's fooled me entirely, that
But
has.
actually put on.
Might have to ask Catherine how she did it.
Okay.
Because
Oh goodness.
it's totally fooled me, that has.
So because we've got these silly little plugs, so it's actually working out which one of these wires is positive. To then actually put into the positive on the cigarette lights.
Okay.
So I can actually inflate them and illuminate them from 12 volts rather than lumens.
But that's 5 volts though, isn't it?
Some of these are 12 volt. That's the other bit.
It's
The one we looked at the other day, some are 12 volt and some are a lot
You're on the
smaller.
running track.
Because
Is
that's
that what it looks
USB-C.
like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I worry that USB is usually 5.
Secondary 12 volt.
They're not USB.
Oh, I'm sorry. It just looked like it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But the other set of lights which are wanted are only 4.5 volts.
Right.
But we discovered that yesterday. But some of these are 12 volts, so.
Oh, and it's actually, it's printed on here which side is positive, which side is negative as well.
Right. Well, I've got 3 or 4 of these.
Okay.
Have you got 24 cigarettes?
And I've got enough cigarette lighter sockets. And I've got a cigarette lighter socket I want to bring directly onto a 5.5 2.1.
Yeah, barrel jack.
Yes. As well.
Ah.
This. What is this one? Is this Samsung? I've got. I mean, it must be. This is red, isn't it?
I think he's got a yellow. He looks like a soldier or
Oh,
something.
it's alright. There is a nutcracker.
Oh, that's it.
There's a nutcracker. I've got a gingerbread man. I've got about 10 in total. I've got an elk, but elk's too big. But the space is growing in. So that was that.
Okay. Well, yeah. Apart from the sort of psychic shock of looking at Christmas things in July, that sounds quite straightforward, really.
Yeah. This one.
Now?
An elk.
Yeah.
So we need to check that he's 12 volt.
It looks exactly the same.
It does.
Yeah.
So does the 4.5 volt one.
12 volt. Oh, this one. This one's 700 milliamp. And this one's 800 milliamp. Oh. But
That don't make that much
otherwise,
difference, does it?
yeah, exactly the
So
same.
there's that one.
Okay.
And what's this one?
Oh, although this one. No. Oh yeah, it's just one. That one is 12 volt, 600 milliamp.
Right. So that one can be done. And what's in?
I don't think this one tells us which is positive and which is negative on the
Alright.
terminals. But I guess it looks like the same connector, so we could assume that
Assume
it's
they're
the
the
same.
same.
Yeah.
See you next time.
Yeah.
Hopefully for a normal one.
I don't think they'll be going back to normal anytime soon. I think the days of the pair of cameras where the public come in, I think are over.
You think they're over?
Yeah, over entirely.
Well,
But
that seems pretty unfortunate.
because of COVID. I mean, I had it last week. I'm not having it again. Not having
It's not
it again.
quite in your control though, is it?
Well, it is. I'll keep away from everybody.
Well, yes, but I don't want to live my life like that.
But
Anyway,
yeah.
I will see you guys.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Okay. See you later. Ta-ra.
Are you sure you're okay being waylaid? Because I could be diverted as well.
Yeah, you don't have to do it. You don't have to be done. I just brought them. People brought
Yeah. Well, maybe I should
call the kitchen pot before the wife gets home.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
Marital bliss is.
There are priorities such as
happy
that.
wife, happy life.
Yeah, okay. Well, I might do that then.
Yeah. Well, lovely to see you.
We've got plenty of time before Christmas.
Yes.
So it's nowhere next time.
Yeah, but you know, next time you blink, it'll be December.
Yeah.
It would indeed.
So I'm just.
And yeah, good job you brought your industrial toolkit.
Yeah.
Turned out to be surprising.
Well, this is my tools for pulling the kitchen apart, so I just grabbed it and laid out. That laptop, I've made a user account on it.
I saw you just sticking on the thingy as well for it.
Yeah. So seems to work. It was high spec at the time. It's got an i7.
Oh wow.
8 gig of RAM.
Okay.
So, you know,
What
reasonable, but
yeah. But obviously the OS is getting a bit dated now.
yeah, and there is no updates for that anymore.
But it's on the latest minor version and everything.
Latest version that it can be on, yeah.
Brilliant.
And I can let you know what sort of power supply it needs if you want.
Unless it's easily Googleable, is it like
Probably is, yeah. It's
1272?
MagSafe 1 is the connector,
Right.
and then generally
Anything with that.
yeah, basically.
And there should be quite a lot of those kicking around, shouldn't there?
Yeah, and actually, even if it's MagSafe 2, actually, I'm not sure if you can go the other way. Because this is a MagSafe 1, and I've got an adapter that puts it up to MagSafe 2. But
Of course, because we'll need to get hold of an adapter in order to power it up. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for that. That was very handy that you've got the Mac stuff. Yeah, maybe tempting to keep hold of it for us, because we've never had a Mac, so we don't have any sort of Mac experience or Mac tools.
yeah, okay.
But it might be worth trying iMovie on it and seeing
Yeah,
if that's useful.
yeah. Yeah, you definitely could, yeah. I think it might even be installed on its own.
Yeah.
Did you plug this in and
Okay.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, thanks, Tom.
Yeah,
Nice to see you.
yeah, good to see you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good luck in the kitchen.
No.
Cheers.
Right. I plugged it in, it didn't work, and I
Okay.
tested it for continuity
okay between
between the pins, and it seemed to do something when you open and close it.
okay, so is it supposed to light up when you open it?
It's supposed to light up when you open it. That's as I understand it.
It'll
Yeah.
only be about a third of the way open.
Yeah.
You can hit
But
the
what I
switch.
don't understand, Ollie, is how I got that out and you can't get it back in again. Unless it wasn't
Unless
in
it
properly
wasn't
in the first place.
Yes, yeah.
That should be. Oh yeah.
And did you get continuity between the two?
I didn't do that, what you're doing
No,
now.
that's right. Oh, where did you test?
Across the two prongs of the plug.
Okay. They've got to be across here.
Yeah.
And, to check that there was no continuity.
Well, what did we say? There should be continuity.
They shouldn't, because they're two You shouldn't really get any there, should you? Unless it was a short circuit.
It's right, just about to do the camera.
No, you've got to get. You should. If it was a normal lamp,
Yeah.
you get continuity across there.
Would you?
Because it goes up one wire, through the filament of the lamp, down the other wire.
Yeah.
What I think we should do.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm on the wrong road. We wanted resistance.
So let's put onto paper as well, and you might be able to stick them somewhere.
They'll get continuity with
Yes.
some resistance, you should
Yeah,
do.
okay, yes. Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
just change
Check,
it.
check.
I'm with you.
But what we weren't sure of was how does it work with it being a fluorescent tube, not a normal light bulb? Is there actually a physical metal path through a fluorescent tube? And I just don't know the answer off the top of my head. Now we googled it and you said it should, didn't you?
It said it should, yes.
It said it
Okay.
should, yeah.
So in that case, would you get some resistance through
What do we do with this thing?
through there?
How to do with it?
No.
So,
What are we going to do with this part?
I think that's a spare. So you can have it if you like. Do you want to keep them?
It's a
just as
puzzler.
they are, or do you want to keep
It's a
them?
very complicated lamp, that is.
So that it makes it easier to stick. So I think
To me, it feels like there's just too much stock in it. As if
Yeah.
it's the wrong size.
Yeah, I'm completely with you. But how did I get it out?
I'm curious if you just got it out by going like that. Or what,
Exactly.
Was there
So
any
was it
resistance
not
when
in
you
there?
pulled it?
Was it not in there? That's
Yeah.
I mean, I had to wiggle it about a bit to get it out, but it did come out quite easy. But I can't see any way of getting the casing apart.
That's going to be a clicky
so I would leave it
clip sort of
pull out
thing in there,
when
isn't
I
it?
get home and you can put it on like well, check with your mind up in the bedroom drawer or
I
something.
will find somewhere
What
for
do
it
we
then.
do with the tape part?
Hmm?
What's going on with
So, okay, you do it in two parts. So the first thing is you leave this front on, and then you take this back off. And then when it's sticking, you stick it on somewhere. Once it's all stuck, you rub your finger over it, and then you pull off this white thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll do it together then. We'll figure it out, won't we?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to do the chemicals, so you can watch, but this is a grown-up job. I'm going to do it in the kitchen.
What do we do there?
You're going to etch your bottle.
Yeah, I'm going to do the bottles and the glass at the same
So
time.
when you do it, we decide where you're going to stick it. And then you have to take the paper off the back, because it's a sticker, isn't it? And then you stick it where you want to stick it.
I might have to go and see what he's doing
Stick
in
it
the
on Mommy's
etching
forehead
department.
after the sleeve. Or on your door or somewhere like that. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? On your wardrobe or on the bed or somewhere. And then you take that bit off and it'll leave behind a nice sticker.
Can you go home with that?
Are you about ready, bud?
Without jumping to conclusions, what about even on
Okay,
the
so this
window?
chemical takes
Yes,
about
the window
5
will be
minutes,
called
okay?
bulb.
So you can watch if you want. It's quite
But
easy.
you've got the problem, if you looked at it from the outside, it'd be
Then-
backwards then, wouldn't it? I think he'll find somewhere to put it.
Yeah, but yeah.
He'll find somewhere. What else did you bring along, Alan?
Oh,
This one's blown my mind. I think that is the wrong ball.
She says that's the original, and
That's
it
the
looks
original.
very much like mine.
Oh, does it? Have you got one as well?
Similar.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I've got it. I think that works. Yeah, same sort of bulb.
Yeah. Okay.
Task lamp, daylight bulbs.
Yes.
Mine just doesn't. Mine's more like an ample point lamp rather than a.
That's it. And all the way inside, so you're not touching it.
Rather than a floodlight.
Just hold it
Yeah.
back.
You could hold it at the bottom as well, then
Yeah.
with your other hand.
Yeah, use your other hand.
Just
Yeah.
don't-
But
just
don't
the sides.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Don't want to get inside the letters.
That's it.
Okay.
And walk carefully.
Yeah, it's precious now. Don't worry about it.
Because there's a lot of free space between the bulb and its sort of cradle. To me, it feels like it's something at the bottom that's stopping it, which makes me think it's the wrong one. Almost as though it needs some notches in it.
Stick my finger in.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can you feel them at the very bottom? There's almost like some wings inside there.
Foot. Because are these two the actual
Yes,
contacts?
that's the anode
Right.
and the...
Because we've got these like two spring clips, haven't we? Here,
Yes, yeah.
inside. And one feels rather flat.
Okay. So are you suggesting that it might have...
Been squished.
Yeah.
The one what's to the front feels more dome.
Okay.
You can't get in the same position. So whether there's any room in actually bending those
Yeah.
towards each other.
Definitely. See if it'll go at all.
See for the prize. But yeah, these just push in
Yeah.
and pull out. But yeah, they just seem quite sloppy. On which if a cat's been knocking it off the coffee table.
Yeah. There's a bit of sort of movement in there, but I wouldn't say it's probably enough to clip onto that from what I could see in there. It looks like there's a long way for it to travel still. Maybe it feels like the bottom of the bulb. Let me give you that arm. It feels like the bottom just here where my finger is.
Yeah.
Is about 5 or 10 mil away from where it should be sitting.
Pushing all the way in.
Yeah, that's really what it feels like. Very strange. Catherine said that she had trouble getting it in before and might have forced it in.
Right.
It went
Like
in.
that.
Yeah. Well,
just weren't pushing hard enough to get past those
It
notches on
was the wiggle, I think, what did it. I was sort of wiggling it around in a circular motion then, and it's dropped in. Magic.
That big chunky thing.
Big chunky thing. Oh, okay. We were trying to figure out why it was working. And if she's used the transformer on it, it makes sense. She said that it worked plugged into 240.
With the transformer.
But with a transformer. Right. Somewhere.
She was saying that was the original bulb.
Yeah.
It stopped working, but she didn't bring the new bulb what she bought for it. So.
Well, now we've got the bulb in and we don't fit, so I think it might be worth hooking the multimeter in there. Couldn't see it.
Don't put my finger in. Although it's only 110 volts, it's supposed to be safe, isn't it?
It's only a little buzz.
It's supposed to be safe at 110. Which is allegedly why I'm buying all 110 volt power tools now.
Yes. Yeah, that's, I suppose, what they say.
Yeah, I've actually found that in cobbling up a cable to my 110 transformer.
Oh, I might be a man.
From its conventional 3
Right.
plug. It still does run my power soldering.
Some fine soldering.
Relatively fine.
Huh?
Oh, there's the adapter.
Yes, there is an adapter.
Stick the bag down there.
Any food I didn't make is 240 to 110. Are you hungry, mate?
There's no food in the kitchen.
Yeah, no, that's
Only
fine.
a carrot cake.
Give me 5.
Lots of different standard American sockets.
Yeah. So that would explain why it didn't blow up.
Yeah,
It plugged in.
she missed that bit out.
I'm just saying that.
Right, what's the verdict then?
It needed a firmer push.
It needed a wiggle.
Right.
It was that technical. It was honestly, it was that technical.
And does it work?
No.
So there's still something wrong.
Yes.
So let's observe this.
But the wiggle, what it needs is. I think it's in and out now. I think I've.
See, that's how it came out from the oven.
I think one of those was loose because I was fiddling around with those and then put it back in. And as soon as I tried to put the bulb in after that,
It's just got in.
it goes in and out straight away. So now we've solved the mystery of the bulb.
Is the adapter broke?
Well, that's a good question too.
Ollie was just going to be brave.
Yes, well,
and put his probes on it.
I probed inside the unit, but that's as far as the testing goes really. Instead of
This should does this deliver 120 volts? Because that's a transformer, not a switch power supply. So that should deliver 110 volts if it's working.
it should. So I suppose that would be the next place to probe, wouldn't it?
So that means that's been around for a while because nobody has seen it anymore. No, I mean bricks with transformers in them as opposed to switch power supplies.
Yeah.
Transformers are so expensive compared with the power supplies.
She did bring it from America.
Yeah, that's just how old they are. 20 years ago they were all transformers. Now they're all switch tube. You can tell by the weight. Because transformers are heavy, whereas the switch thing is just a circuit.
See, I don't think the probes are quite.
And now we're on the road.
To probe.
Stick a piece of metal in. No, 2 separate pieces of metal.
not a pair of scissors. That would work.
There was some paper clips on there. If
Sorry?
There was some paper clips were used.
Paper clips?
Used.
Paper clips would do the job.
I'll just stick your finger in.
There's a load of paper clips here. You want paper
I'll
clips?
tell them.
Yeah, there was some paper clips.
Unless you're a bit wet.
Well, you can put your feet in a bucket of water.
Have a couple of
The thing
paper
is,
clips.
well,
There you
jump the
go.
gap in your knees.
Does that help?
Yeah, they would do the job.
I'll let Gordon do play around.
Any more cup of tea for anyone?
Oh, that would be nice. I've not had any drink of that yet.
Have you still got a cup? Any other cup?
I've just took a cup back in there. I've just washed the one that I had because it was a bit. The sugar had gone a bit sticky in the bottom.
Oh, sorry about that.
Don't mean
That's all right.
Yeah, I think so. 2 sugars for you?
I want to bend my knees.
How do you take it,
call.
Gordon? Gordon?
Sorry?
A cup of tea, coffee?
Just tea, wheat and black.
Wheat and black.
The colour of good malt whiskey. Which is
Okay.
very bad.
You just basically wave the tea bag relatively near to the stream of water.
Right.
For Gordon.
Homeopathic kind of dose then.
Is that false?
Yeah.
Osmosis.
That might
Oh,
just-
sorry, we're in DC.
Yeah,
I'm not
it's
thinking.
Yeah, it's no function too. So that's the name of that.
So that works.
Since it's a transformer, there's nothing to break apart from overloading. And it's 50 watts, which is way more than that bulb. But there's a starter in it, because it's fluorescent.
Yes.
Inside that box, inside this white bit is a starter.
Okay.
And I don't know what.
Don't you think
Might
the
be.
starter's in the bulb?
It looks like these 2 screws here.
I've had that base off.
And what
It
happens?
tells you nothing. Hello, John's here. Hello. Hiya.
Afternoon all.
Hiya. Hello.
Hiya.
So what happens when you take the base off?
I've not seen inside it.
Alright.
It came across my way because we couldn't get the bulb in.
There's nothing in there. I've had it off.
It's empty.
Oh, it's the only screws we've got.
Yeah, there's nothing in there. As you'll see in a minute. You've got to take 2 feet off as well. Those 2 feet that are damaged are the ones that I've had off, and there's 2 more screws under there.
That explains how it works, because there are.
Let's get one back.
This is a bit more like.
You finished your glass?
Have you not been here before?
No, I knew we had a few parts, but I've never been in here, no.
Yeah.
We had a rather late night last night, didn't get in till nearly 2 o'clock.
Oh dear.
I thought this morning weren't going to happen.
I was in a similar boat, but I was travelling yesterday, so.
That was even later than my late night.
There was nothing wrong with my head. I was
Oh,
just
I-
I was just tired and
I've
needed
got
to get some
this-
stuff done.
I've got this strange headache, I can't think why.
You have them from time to time, don't you?
Oh, right.
Intermittent headache.
They do happen, yeah. I don't know where they're coming from, but I wish they'd pull it off.
Right, what comes next?
That's as far as I got.
Right.
And then I thought, okay.
So this here lifts out somehow. I think you have to take this bit off next. Is this thing not supposed to come to bits?
Looks like you're going to take a coin or something.
Yeah, I was just thinking it looks like it needs a coin or something, doesn't it?
Might work.
5p, do it?
Just 2p or something.
Cook it.
And that one's a bigger than a 5p, I think.
I've got some coins, I've got a bank pocket full of coins here.
They don't seem to carry cash these days, I think it's become...
5p's perfect.
10p?
Now I've got 5p, so exactly the right.
5p large enough?
Ah, this is a tensioner. And I presume if you just keep turning,
Go apart.
it comes apart.
Hopefully.
There we go. That's screwed in one end. Yeah, that comes like that. That comes in.
just in this one room then,
No, we're capturing the stallion in the other room.
Oh, down there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got no cameras on the other room. We have problems with the internet. We're linking the cameras up on the internet.
Oh yeah.
But we're just doing it as a trial. Really.
Oh yeah, that's.
And the trial has shown us a few problems.
Which you got trousers on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it's basically working.
Good. So,
Right. Right, well, this is definitely in 2 pieces.
We've been going for We've been moving for 2 hours and 11 minutes and not dropped a single frame so far.
Yeah.
Pleased at that.
Right, that's that separated.
That doesn't look very good in this one.
Yeah.
That, you know what? There, look.
Where? Oh, that's just a little bit of fraying on the. That sleeve is on it, so that it doesn't fray the actual wires.
Yeah, but I wonder if they're actually opening and closing has frayed the wires on the
Well, it
inside.
might do, but if we can get the blooming thing apart, we can do a continuity test from one end to the other. Ah, there's a screw.
There's a screw. We found a screw. Tell them they all want one.
So,
Next.
like that. And it looks really good. Ooh, look at that. It's missed a couple of bits.
Oh yeah, you game for a bit of technical soldering.
I've probably got about 10 minutes.
Oh, alright. Don't panic about it then.
No, but what is it?
It's this thing Gordon's got here. But it's a fairly big project.
Okay.
To change some LEDs in this.
Ah, right, okay.
In this lamp thing that he's
Yes,
got.
yes.
In this. You see that? He wants the LEDs have died in it.
Just the odd ones, is it? Or
Never tried.
Well, the way it works
I think
is
it's burnt out the string.
there's 2 strings of 8 LEDs
okay.
driven at 24 volts.
Yeah.
And one of the strings is died. I think they're overdriven,
Yeah.
so typical problem. And I have a set of LEDs
Yeah.
which can be adapted to replace them.
Okay.
So if you were to put 9 in each string there,
Well, yeah, you
it'd underdrive it a bit.
and just to see if we can get it bright enough without overdriving.
Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Well, that one might be one for next time, unless Gareth's wanting some soldering.
Yeah, I've got the soldering stuff.
But the easier one is the radio.
Yeah.
That one is chunky enough for me to do, but the radio might be beyond me.
What's the radio issue?
This is a shirt to Gareth as well. This is your classic problem of a USB socket, which works well on a phone,
Classic
which is a light small
damn
thing.
radio.
But on that,
Difficulty.
you know, you only have to drop that once with it plugged in, and it's
Yes.
broke
So you've got 5-volt USB going
in onto a piece of circuit board. If
Yeah.
you look at the circuit board that's in the bottom there, that's loose.
wedged.
Whoops. You'll see the power supply on it there. Somewhere about there.
Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right.
So that's your micro USB goes on there.
Yes.
You
And-
want some tracers on there though.
Yes. And I have this from my box of wires.
Okay.
And the idea is this to hardwire
You're
it
just
in.
going to hardwire it
And that
onto
should-
VCC
That's
and
cool, isn't it?
your
Whichever-
ground.
Plus and minus have got to be the right way round as well. And it
Yeah.
should, in theory, fit through the hole
Yeah.
with a knot in it
Yeah.
to stop it
I'm
being
with you.
pulled. Yeah.
I'm with you.
So
Does it say which is VCC? Does it? That would be the
that's
line.
where a bit of decent eyesight comes in.
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't lose that so you don't trip
So
over it.
look, what we
If you
got?
put it close up to this camera, I can zoom in on it on the camera.
Yeah, so that's
So one of these 4 here. I think that one,
well. It's which ones are
but it's not marked.
But if you Googled a USB,
Yes,
because they
a
are,
micro
it's
USB,
just the standard 4
yes,
wires.
yeah.
The 2 data ones are not used.
The best way to do this would be to put your ground on there, and then just solder onto one of those and just bypass all that.
Oh yeah, yes,
And
definitely.
then one of those is almost certainly the power for that.
Yeah. So
let's
so
have a
you
look at the micro USB pin out.
Pin out, yes. And but even those two in the middle there are too close together for me these days because I shake. Yeah.
So I remember, I think
It's another reason for preferring electronics before 1960. Chunkier. But how are things normally when you've not got a hangover?
Absolutely fine, yes.
Brilliant.
Yeah, you?
Same here. Well, my knees are packed in.
Oh, no, thankfully not know that. No, we're alright.
Well, hopefully we don't. It's not nice.
No.
Until I started managing it.
I might have to depart early. I think he's becoming restless.
Yeah, you're alright.
But yes,
No
I would
worries.
be tacking onto. I think it's that one.
Apart from falling off a ladder, which was
I think it's that one.
That left one.
Yes.
And then onto one of them two.
Any of those for the ground, yeah, any of those.
Right.
Or those two at the front, that'll be fine for ground.
Right.
But yeah, finding the right for your red one. But I'd take those. Take these wires off there, and then.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've got enough. That's a bit heavy. Just strip that back a bit. It's dropping nicely on there. Is that your stuff? Is it?
We shall figure that out.
Yes. And then in terms of this stuff, what I brought.
Yes.
I've not used it actually.
Only
I've
that
used
one.
this. This camera.
Yes.
Which are all to do with.
Does it work?
It works, but it's a super choppy.
Oh, is it?
picture.
Okay. Yeah.
It
I don't
does
know
about-
where it came from. In all honesty.
It does about one frame every 10 minutes.
Right.
So I don't think it seems to use a lot of resource.
Okay. I'm not sure if it's been used. In fact, I do know where I used to use it. I used to use this on attached to a laser. That's why it's got the sticky stuff. And I used to have it like that, and I could monitor my. I used it as like a monitoring camera.
Yeah.
And I could see when the laser had done its job from my computer at the other side of the room.
Ah.
That was the purpose of that.
But it's super choppy. If I cut to that camera.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
See how choppy that is? It's about one frame every 10 minutes, isn't
That's
it?
really bad, isn't it? Yes. Yes, that's horrendous.
Although it's a good picture from it.
Yeah, the picture's good, but the frame rate.
But the frame rate's terrible.
That's not because of the settings in OBS, though, is it?
No, nothing I can do to adjust it. That.
Change that. Interesting. I'm going to plug this into my PC.
So I don't know why it's doing that. I'd be interested to know because I've messed about with that. If you wiggle that white of what that one is, I will pull that one out.
Yeah.
Like that.
That's
the one.
Yeah, I know, yes.
It's impossible. I started with the old shooting range down the legs.
You want your mounted thing?
If you're not using it, if you are, then it's fine. I can pick it up next time.
It's like when you walk.
Right. Well, we've got a camera attached to it at the minute.
Yeah. So if you're using it, like I say, don't
Exactly.
slow.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, if you need it between now and then,
I'll drop you a message.
give me a shout.
Yes, that's not a problem.
I was saying, I used to turn up with 2 big bags. I can't do that anymore. Not I still need 2 bags. So I don't.
Oh, no,
I appreciate it.
But they have to be a lot lighter.
In a sense, it's the same ball. Right across the city. And I've been down the road, I can get to the city farm. I'm trying it near the Kilburn. But to come here, I can actually get a bus on Aberdeen Road. It brings you straight from the drops me there.
Yeah, well, I'm the same.
So,
It's just even that distance. Heavy bags.
Yeah. So it's only a 10-minute walk. You like that?
Yes.
But especially on grass.
So I need to work out how to
Yeah, so especially on grass, it makes a massive difference.
Some jobs are going to have to go
You can
to somebody else.
That's right.
Soldering kit, light tools,
Yeah.
and a multimeter right at the bit limit.
And then my multimeter packed in.
Yeah.
And the only thing I've got left is a full spec cable meter, and they weigh out.
Not really.
This is a major sound.
Oh, yeah. Always wanted to do it.
No, the 8 is
that
not
there?
considered.
These in trees somewhere.
But
Right,
the earlier
everybody.
ones are considered better.
Cool.
Those as well. Thank you for having us.
Yes,
I think next time I'm here, I won't have trouble, and so we'll have tools and some things to fix.
Yeah, well,
I've got some Xbox controllers, various soldering things to do, so I'll bring them down with an iron as well next time.
Well, it was only a test basically today.
Yeah, no,
Just to see if we, what we could do.
One for
Yes.
people of our age.
And that, because as I've said before, I don't think the days of letting the public back in are anywhere even close.
I can't handle the
Yeah.
stuff.
And
I
that,
like to see the
That's fair enough,
tells you
yeah.
stuff.
you know, COVID is still around and it's getting worse.
It seems to be, yes.
And nobody's changed. It's
that's right.
So we've got to find a new way of doing
The
it.
last place is always
Yeah.
doing that.
So
And
we
see,
shall see.
Yeah.
And it costs
We'll see what happens.
Yes.
We've proved the streaming works.
Yeah, the streaming will work, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway.
Yeah, we have definitely proved that's good. Okay.
Yeah. That's good.
What we've not managed to do is set up the mobile cameras because of we couldn't get in here into the router to port forward the ports on the router.
Oh, is that how you do it through that?
That we need for the mobile cameras.
I use. Is that with Larry?
Yeah.
You port forward with that?
Yes.
Okay. I used the Streamlabs one, was it? Maybe the Streamlabs one before. Or the OBS version on the app, and it seemed to connect if it was on the same Wi-Fi network. I think that's how it connected. I can't remember.
Yeah, it's not on Wi-Fi.
I think not on Wi-Fi.
So it streams smoothly.
Yeah.
It's on Ethernet.
Okay. Yeah. Of course. Okay. I'll have a look at how mine works on my OBS. I'm sure it's Wi-Fi, but I'll double check. Because
I
my
think-
PC's Ethernet.
I think the answer will be to take our own internet connection places with us.
Okay.
You know, I think it'll be one of these MiFi
Yes. Yeah.
things.
Yes. Cool. Right.
I
I'm
think
going.
that'll be the answer to it, I think, going forward.
Right.
Right, lovely. Cheers, brother, Ollie. Cheers. Is this the bottle? The dumb bottle?
Yeah, I've got most of it. Just wanted to-
Right.
The dumb bottle?
That is a bit funny.
Oh, it's not. It's a beer.
What we need now is a 3-pronged tool to hold those down and push. Does such a thing exist?
And I think there's something reassuring about.
The thing is, this is beautifully made.
To be even more beautifully made if they screwed it together so you could get into it.
Well, no, we found another hidden screw behind the label.
Oh, you've got another one?
Yeah, so there's a hidden screw here, there's a hidden screw there, and there's 2 hidden screws there. So,
Right.
but it's this thing now.
So you've got something white put on that.
I think it must have been about 50 degrees.
Can you push one at a time with it or something, like one of the end ones?
But to be fair,
No, because it's held square in the box.
I mean, if it weren't for sweat, I wouldn't be bothered by it. I can't when it's like him, it's like, yeah, I think I'll want to Oh, it is. Like, I
It's definitely moves.
It's so near, so far.
Yeah.
I love it. I got
The thing is with these, the one thing I would say, you do,
just quiet there.
Your fingers are not strong enough. If you try, if you can get your fingers on all 3 of them, and I'll pull.
it remember more than sweating, just like, I'm sweaty, but,
You've got
that's,
No, it's not going.
the strength in the end of your fingers?
I weren't too bad.
Yeah, it's so beautifully made that the plastic is really thick.
I'm good, I'm a bit thicker. That's really tough. I mean, I get the feeling that's not actually meant to do that.
Well, they're not.
Leave her up and then...
No, it was snapping. Yeah. When you can see how it's assembled, it's snapping. Because it's in this frame, you can't do what you can often do.
I remember I was like,
No.
Hang on.
I was born when it was 37 degrees. Then apparently I was also near up here. And then I was like, you know,
That one's gone.
I found it because
Yay!
Many hands make light work.
Well,
No flags, not still no
something else.
flags.
Something else. But we're getting there. Oh! I broke it. Yeah, that's what's wrong now. Right. How are you supposed? Right, what are you supposed to do here? Bits first. Yeah. Because the circuit board is screwed to there, and I've just broken it.
I love it when it's really, really hot.
Which means,
I get hot and I get burnt.
but that's an electronic starter.
But I still.
But having broken one, the problem is how to level it's supposed to.
I say temperature doesn't bother me as long as I don't get like sweat.
Just put
It's just annoying.
to let the bottom.
Well, no, it's this wire.
Is that really very taut?
Yes, it's brought one, and what we need is a pair of scissors. We brought one. Come around.
Yeah, of course, once the word's put one away.
A pair of Sheffield scissors
I came back and did like a load of
that will actually cut it.
It's really hot.
Is anybody?
And I was like, well, now I'm like.
Have we got a decent pair of scissors?
Yeah,
It's stiff at the end.
Oh, that's a good question.
yeah, you sort of like jump.
That's a good question, that one.
Or a Stanley knife of some sort. Or a craft knife.
The wire cutters, but I've got it.
Well, a pair of wire cutters, yes.
I've got
But they'd have to be quite small.
Yeah.
What we're trying to do.
Slip that brown wire in there.
I just can't stand the cold shower.
Brown wire. See that brown wire there, just slip that.
Cold showers.
Maybe I'll get a pair of pliers or something.
The solution is to have a short length of that you can just tuck away.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes. Which is how it should be done in the first
Oh, you're
place.
going to connect it.
It was never meant. Nobody said, as usual, how can this be tucked apart to repair it?
Oh, you don't want that.
But my hat.
They'll not go in, will they?
They won't go in, no, it needs to be wire cutters. Or a Stanley knife.
No.
Or a craft knife.
Get out to walk, I'm afraid.
Stanley.
Just a minute.
Now, is that the Stanley that was on Rutland Road?
Yes.
Well, you've got it off.
There we go.
Who's this?
Yeah, where did that come from? So here we have an electronic starter.
Hands are like weird now, but gel on. I know, but I do it too much because like every time I touch.
I'll sit there if you want, and then I can put a camera on you.
There's all the cold going
Now
out.
it could be that wire
or whatever else going
was
around.
not actually broken by me.
It's originally broken, yeah.
As a
I have
result,
to check it,
but
it's still up
because
to
it-
check up
there
research.
was not enough slag.
It might be
Right.
saying that
It's been dropped a couple of times by the cat, apparently.
Yes, well that would help.
Been dropped by the cat.
Have we got a pair of
Apparently.
wire
Is the
cutters
cat
or those
done it?
pliers again?
Those pliers, got those big ones.
Some wire strippers, yeah.
Wire, oh, wire strippers.
Yeah, I've got one. Yeah, cut his own strippers.
Wow.
I did find that.
I don't know whether it's been trying to be reinsured. There's nothing shiny on this blue
Probably
one.
not far off where they sit now.
Like obviously like I just saw the reflection like being that's been on like that's cute. Well, it was the first time I think
Yes, there's nothing shiny on that blue one. That might suggest it's
It's
been
an old
broken
grey
sometime. Let's just hope that's the case.
right, video book.
But the electronic starter's reasonably chunky. It's got a fuse on it. Oh, right, so it's got a fuse on it, but you can't go in it to change the fuse. Typical. Yes, it's a in-circuit board fuse. It's not intended to be replaced. It's a safety feature. You see,
Is it just a thermal fuse?
Okay, I think it was in
no, it's an overload fuse. Straight in line to the into the power. And this thing here, switch, micro switch, so it automatically switches it off when it's closed.
You end up reminding me to do it.
So that's the operator.
It just makes it worse though, because I'm like, oh, my hands are like so thingy.
Well, it's fairly cold like at the minute.
So what we need now is a short length of lamp wire, that thickness, to solder on.
Haven't got anything in the box.
And a soldering iron, some solder.
Sorry, like, I tell him like...
He won't be bothered. If he was bothered by that, I'd be like, are you crazy?
All we can do is plug it in and test it.
It's just like...
Oh, I've missed this, you know.
I've done a few bits for people at home, but can you come and have a look at this? It's been great.
Yes. But I've not come with anything. One of those two bags would have a length of scrap cable in it.
Yeah.
Of the right size. Yeah.
It'll be a cupboard full of cheap wine. This is I don't drink wine anyway.
Is that way about right, boy?
Yeah.
Have a little look at that.
Oh, this is perfect. Except for the fact it's filthy, but we can pare it back.
I always have my phone.
Is it for anything in particular?
No, it's just a spare bit out the box.
We'll trim it to the same length as the
And
same length as the one. Chop it in half.
We're a bit of heat shrinking, aren't we?
Well, Gareth might have to help with that.
I have found a soldering iron in the box. But how good it is, I don't know.
That's okay, that's broke. It's still a bit, yes, exactly. Okay, so it's still got a bit on it. Oxidised, that's the word I'm looking for. But hopefully the solder will, and then we'll chop this out.
Folks should do it.
My high-powered soldering iron broke at some point. I've not replaced it yet.
I replaced mine. Not really an expensive one, but it does the job.
Yeah.
It gets up to about 480.
I found little ones that were quite good.
I've got this one off Amazon, they're only about 70 quid. I'm quite
Oh, the little ones aren't 70 quid. The little ones are about 20 quid.
Bloody hell.
Right.
And they're adjustable. This is the
Yeah,
one.
this is adjustable. It's nice.
This is the one that's been in the box. Right, so if this is unknown quantity, I don't know.
Well, it's a 25, so it's got enough.
If it works good.
Right, I'll just plug it in.
Plug it into there.
Now wait. The state of that. Yes. Is this being filmed? Me using this plug? Don't do this at home, folks.
I think it's one we've been given from somewhere, like you're on.
Is it really hot?
Yes. Right, but it's filthy. This is that's a really, really nice
I'll find something.
standing thing there.
It's a phenomenon that it happens.
Lots of questions.
There are, yeah.
I don't get it. You're the person
And the next thing we need is some solder.
There's a bit attached to it.
Oh yes,
Attached to the hand, it's solder.
that is solder. Hang on. That's not solder, isn't it? Now it's a piece of wire in order to make a hook for it. What type of solder?
Some solder over here.
Good. You've got a bit there. And then a wooden block to protect the table.
It's half diameter.
She's lots of it.
I'm not very good. I'm not organised today. Not brought a third of the things that I would normally have brought.
Getting off very slowly. Have we got a file or a piece of memory cloth?
I'm looking.
What's outside? Let's find something.
I just saw it really today, it's like they let these prisoners out. They basically released 40 cows, they bought the people, they do the actual. But then I just looked at it, they say it depends on where you live. Again, it's like what you do, you know, some areas, so the prisoners come out to get all right. So it's like,
Right. There you go.
And then it's like,
Except this itself is scratched today, so put something under it.
why?
Don't know any of that.
Well, that wire brush. Oh, no doubt. It's the back of my van.
But then there's his man comes out coming in.
Yes.
Well, that's exactly the same size as the wire, so it's the next size up. Is it taking solder? The solder.
That's the next one.
Unlike that filthy brush, the solder will.
The other day,
Yeah, I'm not obviously not all going to be as disrespectful as that one, but just an example.
I don't know how much it will shrink, Gareth.
Oh, how about this one?
Same size as that, or it's just
Try that. I think it will shrink. It's about 3 times the number that brings it back.
Right.
But let's consider this solder actually does. Where's the top of it? It's not wetting it though. How do you come by these items then? Somebody drops them off today or have you been picking them up all the week?
That belongs to one of the ladies here.
Yeah, that belongs to Catherine, that land. It's what various people have brought in today. You know, people who've been in and out, sort of thing.
Yeah. One thing I've discovered, Andy, is I can get here as easy as I can get to Strip Villa. Of course, the bus stops outside.
Does it?
It runs past Strip Villa and drops me.
Same bus?
Same bus.
75 and 76, you mean?
That's right, 75, 76, or if needs be, you can change in town, but for different routes. But yeah. I've been able to see that. Yeah. So a bigger lighter bag that I can get here, alright. So that's first thing that I worked out.
That's good. Our new, hopefully this repair project is going to be on Bellhouses Road on the 75.
On where?
Bellhouse Road.
Oh, Bellhouse at First Bar?
Yeah.
Oh, I know Bellhouse Road. I was brought up at First Bar.
Oh, right. Yeah, this is a bit of a way down. So it's not in the shops, it's about half a mile up the hill.
Oh, so they're on the flat, it's at the top? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, just as it starts going down.
Concord Park.
Yeah, just past.
Yeah. I've had a few pints in the House Club and Bellhouse Road Clubhouse was.
Yeah, I bet there used to be pubs on every corner.
There used to be about 8 or 9 pubs and 5 working men's clubs. I think there's 1 club left, or possibly 2. All the pubs have gone.
There's still quite a big pub just at the traffic light, just over a bit.
Dallas.
Yeah, over, what's it, I forget the name of the road, but just up from that discount, funny old discount warehouse.
Oh, there's Sheffield Lane.
That's the Lane Top.
After Dallas Lane.
Yeah.
Yes, that's more than I don't know if what's the other one on Dallas Road? The House. I think that might still be on. Right. But all the pubs went.
Yeah.
But I was brought up around that area.
Right.
And there's Shine Green Working Men's Club, isn't there?
That's well.
That's the famous.
I think that's it, the full Monty. I remember that for about 12 years. But I think it's still standing, but they're looking to knock it down and build housing on that side.
Yeah. Right.
It's actually been closed for a while.
It's a long time since I lived over that side. Well,
Yeah,
it's a teenager. I'm not sure of that.
Go about 20, early 20s when I left that area. So it is a while, isn't it?
Just 20 years or so.
Yeah.
This is proving a bit hard to do.
I wonder if that's why we're sort of handed over and dumped, effectively.
Yes.
The tip stopped taking solar.
Well, I've
I
got
just want a replacement tip.
it, but it's.
Gareth might have got a reasonable soldering iron.
I have, yeah.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, yeah, do you need a soldering iron?
It's getting there, we're getting there.
Yeah, I've got a lovely one.
Right. Because it's only wires, but it's everything's a bit filthy. And of course I can't see properly.
And without nagging, did that tear right?
No.
No, that's
I did go into complete failure.
What's an idea?
Has it gone tea making?
It said a while back about making some more drinks. I don't know whether they'd have been and gone or not. And somewhere, if you're looking around later, there's some fringes escaped.
I think one of the problems was sold us to Small.
A bit fine.
A bit too fine, yes.
So,
Is that all that was available?
yeah, that will be it. Unless
That camera's got some on.
He does fine with it.
Yeah. I mean, that's sort of stuff we use for soldering chips.
Yes.
I did think it might be you. Really?
Yeah, I thought.
Let's just keep on
Ever
breathing
since
through
you got
some.
this, it's got this to happen.
Do it.
Unless I interpreted it.
Ow!
So
Well,
that
that's
enough.
possible because you
Is
read
it
it,
mine?
so.
You read it as well there.
I don't quite know.
Give you a screenshot.
My problem is
Yeah, I
I
did.
can't hold myself steady anymore.
Cracking open the doors, isn't it? Cracking open the champagne.
Oops.
Yeah, photos. There's a share and repair thing next weekend at Hillsborough Park, but it's the same times as us. Otherwise, I would like to have one of those.
I feel like
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, actually. All these people cluttering up the
When I
place.
get to my IDs, I usually get the Pokeball. Oh, and I do love having
What's this thing you're doing on the house?
So opening, or trying to open a repair project. So very similar to kind of what we do here. It's set 5 days a week, and don't have to repair the table. 5 days a week, rather than have to charge people an enormous amount. Because once you have like rents and probably coordinate to coordinate the volunteers. So that's the idea. Well, all depends how quickly we can clear the shop and get the signs up. And I don't think we need to do any licensing or planning because it's been a shop already.
Yeah.
So it's got like A2 or whatever.
Yeah.
They've changed it
The
recently.
usage.
They've changed it apparently. I looked it up
Yeah.
a little, but it's it's the same sort of shop license.
I was going to say, like, everywhere that we go,
So yeah.
somewhat a
Just
healthy
lots
option.
of paperwork, which will apply to the grocery for 10 grand. That's pretty, can't say certain, but likely. And then after that, try and get more, which is get more license.
Healthier options.
And sell stuff on eBay and
That most
see
of
if we can do a
the
bit of trading.
chips.
Maybe even open a cafe.
How's that salad box at Jim's on the board at the time?
Yeah! You know, that's But yeah, I'll almost certainly be putting information onto the mailing list and the WhatsApp.
That's really helpful if you get
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for this. And, I think if you need anybody, then I think I can do something for you.
Well, we
I'll
certainly
see,
would, and I'm sure you could. So yeah, I mean at first, all we'll be able to do is offer like volunteers and this tea and cake.
well, that's fine. Tea and cake works fine.
Good.
Talking around the tea,
Mm.
which of these things in this kitchen are daring to plug in?
How much was he last time? About 8 or 9
You want to plug things in the kitchen?
I'll bring the kettle on.
Oh yeah, that's fine. It's on the top of the. Yeah, I know they've got the warning signs. It's if you put 2 things like a toaster and kettle, then you're in trouble. But one kettle should be okay.
Right. The kettle on top of the thing on the left, is it?
I know, which isn't where I was going to put it.
Yeah, I got that box with salad.
It sounds good for that you've got lined up.
I think so, because I think it would be good for people who have got skills and maybe they've got some time and they're just sitting around.
Oh yeah.
And then instead of just sitting around or doing something in the shed, you do something for someone who comes in and is like, oh, thank you so much. And, so you do something that's helpful.
Yeah.
So I hope it's a two-way.
Well, you would also, yeah. It's so interesting.
Over the last few months, couple of years, I've done odd bits and pieces with various people.
Yeah, your neighbours and you know, people get to know, don't they, that you're handy.
Oh yeah, they do. Unfortunately, in some cases. But
Yeah. We've got some good news, by the way. I managed to get my pine book finally ordered.
Fantastic.
Yeah, because
Have you got a delivery estimate?
No, yeah, I think it's just saying that it was shipping sometime.
Good luck with your computer in. Yeah, thank you.
It was shipping sometime this month. I guess it will come within a month. It's from now anyway. I'm pretty sure.
Really? That quickly? Oh, good.
I think it's from his own because I put a pre-order in, it's saying they'll be shipping them before the end of July. So I think or early August. So I should get it in a month from now. I'm thinking.
Oh, good. Oh well, I'd be looking forward to seeing that maybe if you could bring it in.
I'll bring it in when I get it. Yeah.
Nice one.
It was stupid. The reason they couldn't get it for years because they didn't have any cheap LCD displays for it. So they would have had to increase the price by getting a more expensive one. But then because it's like more of a community enthusiast product, they just delayed it for a year. But I've noticed recently they've also opened an EU store now. So I got it from the American store, but it's only early days now, so they haven't got a lot of stuff on the store yet, and they haven't got time up to stock on it yet. But I'd imagine in the future that's going to be more functional, because it was only set up, I think, it was going to be in May, but I think there was some delays. It was like procedure in Brazil, the guy who was responsible for doing it, so I think it got pushed back a bit, and now it's opened the store. So the Pine 64's got an EU store now, but it's still a bit in early phases. But yeah.
Just wanted to show off my briefcase power supply thing.
It does look quite fancy, that.
I'll have a look at it in a second.
We're not getting no customers with that.
Yeah, you might have a bit of trouble. But I can switch it on so I can show people that it works.
But I'm wondering what it is.
It's
like, what's this in the suitcase?
Yeah, exactly. When that number starts counting down, you start worrying.
Cut the blue wire.
That's all. No.
Not blue wire, no, yellow wire.
I've been looking forward to when they release the next Raspberry Pi, because it's a shame because of all the chip shortage that I got delayed. So I think originally it was supposed to be coming out end of this year to beginning of next year.
Oh, really?
But I think it's they cancelled it for a while, so I don't know. I'm very sure because usually if
you've been busy doing compute module stuff, Pico.
Yeah, but originally they said it was in the works, you see, but then they like cancelled it saying we're struggling to get the chips to our products that we've already got, so they've like.
Let's see what happens.
I'm very excited for the next one though, because I mean, to be fair, the current Raspberry Pi, is almost there when it comes to having like a really cheap, affordable computer. It basically is in a way, if you're willing to put up with lag and got an imperfect video playback, it can function, especially if you just web browsing, it can do that perfectly fine. And documents.
Well, of course, web browsing now can mean anything, including like 3D image rendering.
Yeah, obviously, and that's when you can run into some difficulty. But for just websites and reading information, it's fine. One of the biggest criticisms of it is that I hate the GPU, what they use for it. It's so underpowered. Even for like the price, I have to say.
It's only 110 volts.
Because they always forget that comes their own solution.
And the older I get, and the worse my short-term memory is, the more I forget it. I need a minder to keep telling me. Oh dear. But it's not worked.
Oh.
Okay. But what we can do is test this to see where the volts are. We've got yeah. Right. That's on. Right. This is on, off, volts, AC. Right, you just need to.
Yeah. quite chill now.
I need an extra finger, or probably better touch.
You need to get a good spare.
That's going to be a lot more hectic than these.
Micro switch.
Yeah.
Needs to be pushed in.
These,
I think it's
in the past, we've noticed the public coming in,
That's what I mean.
whereas today it's sort of at least in theory a private session, because we're testing out the streaming and just sort of doing a dry
the
run.
mains there.
It's one of my criticisms here with the Raspberry Pi 4 is that they use a video core.
Let's try the other side of the fuse.
They're very underpowered.
But that's Broadcom, that's their media solution, isn't it?
It's not a very good one.
No, but they're stuck on the Broadcom.
Yeah.
Everton is a Broadcom, that's the...
Right, so the fuse is good.
But to be fair, they've had chips all the way through.
Just check the bulb.
Like if they go
Yes.
SGM or something.
Well, there is a point of it stopped working. So she bought a new bulb.
There's one of those chips where it's just...
But that
no one's been
is the old
for the last 18 months.
No,
So they've had a different chip manufacturer.
I can understand there are, and it's not the end processor, it's just, the processor's fine, you can overclock that stuff and overclock. I'd say it's more material for a very basic computer, unless you're planning on doing video, 1080p video software rendering. But for just 30 frames per second, most applications, you don't actually need a lot of CPU power.
No.
Because the criticism I've got with the GPU series is that it's only 32, at least from what I've read and some benchmarks, it's like 32 is in FP 32, something you call it, it's only like 32 gigaflop.
Right.
It's really low. Like if you compare it to like my old laptop,
There's a special package.
yeah, I think that's what it'll be.
That's measuring
I think that's what it is.
0.64.
I think.
AC.
Right, essentially, because if we compare it to what's in your laptop,
No, 60,
like,
60,
the
yeah,
old
I've seen
laptop
that,
was
yeah.
like from 2012.
Yes, because it's a transformer.
I think
Yeah.
I bought it a bit after that.
So there's something wrong with
a bit
the
after,
power
but it's like
You need it.
2012 one. And it's probably like a mid-range laptop or something. But it's like the iGPU now is goes 250. Obviously that's a laptop one. But if you compare it to a smartphone one, you know, it's like if you compare something like let's just say over single board computers, the same price range, released around the same time. They have more powerful GPUs significantly, like 2 or 3 more times more powerful. It just seems like it's underpowered. If you get what I'm saying there.
Well, the other thing, of course, is the chips.
There's no sign of
Those
it.
cost a lot more to Broadcom chip on a laptop. You know, because the actual cost of the chip is probably $4 or $5 or something. Whereas in a medium smartphone, you're probably spending $20 or $30 on the CPU, FPU chip. You know, GPU chip. So that's one of the reasons. But then it's just Broadcom, it's not very good when it comes to GPU.
That's what I was thinking though, because even if
Qualcomm,
the point is, I'm trying to say that there's obviously no one computer the same price at the same time. If somehow they have GPUs at least more than double the power.
That's what they got Mali or one of the others.
I mean, yeah, Mali, I guess, but I've noticed there's been one or two where they've had other ones, they've gone with Mali and seems to be a bit better. So it's just see, but I think what it is that I would say the Broadcom
Is it,
Things like that. I mean, that's got much
no,
better
I was thinking it might be a little...
I've noticed, again,
switch mode.
it just seems to be the... But it's obviously it's video as well, like we're saying. I've noticed a lot of alternatives seem to have better, you know, like more video code options. So it's only 1080p 60, not specialised hardware area that's in it, but it's like 1080p 60, H264.
It's a
HGBC H265, you know, we've got like 4K 60. But then it's like others, like, you know, you can get multiple codecs, you know, for the same price, just from a different manufacturer.
Oh, can you unlock some extra codecs for the Raspberry Pi if you pay money?
I don't know. I think that was the previous ones. From what I read, because I checked the documentation, it said the other ones could do MP, EG72 or something else, but that and you could unlock it, but with the Pi 4 you couldn't because they're not there or something. From what I remember reading correctly. So I think that is literally the only two it's got, the Raspberry Pi 4.
I think there's a bridge rectifier.
That will be a bet.
Using the first 4.
Yep.
Yeah.
The cap reduction will be.
Yeah. So That's positive.
So, yeah, you can buy a MPEG-2 license key.
I don't think that's an issue. I think it's just not the hardware.
Excluding Raspberry Pi 4.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's not there.
No, Raspberry Pi does not have MPEG-2 hardware decode.
I've got nothing against the GPU, but I would like them. I don't really care about brand or that, as long as it does the job. But I think it is underpowered. I think, just from what I like, it seems to me that what they did essentially was they just got a Broadcom video core 4. They doubled the mega.
Very small bench price for
they improved some things on the free side, but they didn't put a lot of into improving it. That's what it could have been. It's just what I expected. I think. Because really, I think it is. I just generally think it is underpowered because.
That can be centrally pressed in.
Because I like to compare it to everything else, and obviously you do take costs into account, but I think in then I think it's still a little bit more underpowered. That's the thing.
So then it would be a case
not
of.
quite where it should be probably at this point in
What did I
time.
say was positive?
But to be fair, they don't really. I don't think they're aware that we're coming using GPUs as much as they probably don't
After all.
need to it. That could be it.
Right.
On board with it, well, back with Open, at least get something. Because I've noticed,
forget it.
because when it comes to things like OpenGL, I've noticed for GM, version number doesn't matter as much when it comes to performance, it's got more.
Well, this is not proving very successful.
It
hasn't.
To an extent. But,
right, so let's do this again.
Going in sometimes it's like.
I don't think there's a right and a wrong way with that.
There is actually, the pins are different size. I've never seen one before.
Right,
One's not like
I've noticed like, so Katie and Facebook cards, I use a version of old version.
Oh yeah, they are, aren't they?
Like shaders, but it doesn't.
Because it's an American one, isn't it?
That's 121.
There might not be like some performance gains from it, not huge. But I've noticed
Box
at
DC,
least
which is
from like
there, yes.
you have a benchmark for like
I think this was positive.
when I was doing like a screen scrolling, it was like at a 40. It kept dipping from like 50 FPS to like 30 something. So you had FPS drops, and that was just from like getting the mouse, and when you get the highlight box. And that was from that. So I'm like.
That's not very.
So I don't know whether that's whether that's issue.
Standard American.
But I've also noticed on websites, you see, I have noticed, for example, when I do 1080p 120 FPS.
Yeah, it's something to do with live and the neutral and not having an earth pin. They don't have earth pins, do they, in America?
There is one available.
So it's
modern display, but even
on that,
basic,
but on actual American socket, I don't think they have. Yeah. It's like if you got a radio, an old radio with a live chassis. If you go it on an American plug, you put plug it all the way around, chassis live.
Even though it's older.
Yes.
But in there, it's like that GPU's probably.
So I think that's why it's slightly different.
The video calls.
Yeah.
You can't
Even though it's an old design.
Has everybody else got
that
it?
has no problem with all these tasks. So I think what I'd like to see from Pi is a GPU that's capable of performing all these wobbly tasks.
Well, it did mean
without the lag. So you can
Nothing wrong with the wires.
20. Because that can also translate, let's say, into
I think we can sort something out.
So we're only trying to get like a certain.
It broke me 5 minutes ago.
But really, the advertising is just like.
Have you got one on?
That would be mine
I think
there.
we could do a bit better on the GPU side.
Are you still thinking that one?
You can own
Right,
it.
so
I've
you
got
don't-
mine.
No, thanks,
The max I've got.
All right, okay.
So,
Yeah, but I've kept it at 2.35.
You've got one?
And I've got
I've just finished one. That stuff
950
just there with that stuff.
500.
Right.
Got
another one?
No,
yeah, but
alright.
I keep it at 850, I think now.
I'll leave that book with you a minute.
The
I will make myself one.
350. I think for power reasons, if it's on enough power switches and USBs and like other parts.
There's a little spring
So I
down
want
there.
to, I don't want to use like 200 power.
Is it a round spring about the size of the fuse?
Yes, yeah, it's mine. Oh, right, because I didn't see a spring in it.
Well,
There's
even
nothing
when
to spring.
Well, I've lost one.
Well, that's the size of it now.
Mine magically go up to 850 from 500. But even then I was like, this is somewhere else.
Right. So, what else can go
I
wrong
would
with
like
this?
to see something
It's
that
testing just about
was
every
certainly
component.
like, because it's the same
One diode.
that like put me off. I think it's
The bulb itself is not guaranteed to be working.
Well, no, but there's no bolts into the bulb.
Anywhere else.
What sort of
I just
bolts
like
do
it
they
that
get?
you
Is
get
it a bulb?
you know what I mean? Is you get a lot of that stuff. You know when you're using things like just advanced using components
Just in
in
case the bulb has
highlighted
shorted. Man, you'd think it's going to pop the fuse.
things. So I don't know whether that's
But that might be some of that circuit, you know.
potentially, which is probably possible, but if it is GPU side, I'd like to get a
Yeah, that's
GPU.
right. I'll put them
Well, they've done that in this.
Okay.
Solve that.
Get them around. Okay, it's going in now.
Okay. Right.
Oh my god, I've done so much stuff with my sort of high quality when it comes to like testing stuff.
Yeah.
And just, you'd be surprised I actually learned a lot about actually some of the things with different environments, what I didn't know before. You know, like the performance settings and stuff and what the tweaks.
It's not right.
Or the
Oh,
conduct.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, I've
Of course
got
it might,
into
it's
like,
also
you
weird.
know,
It
the
shows
environmental
now,
variables, I've learned a lot more about that.
Open
Like
settings.
in browser settings,
Oh,
I've
sure.
learned stuff. Like,
I'll take it back out.
because it's a low end product, you want to get the max performance of it, so I've been filling
Oh,
all
an
these
interesting
settings
thing
Pro,
here.
you know, to do with like GPU rasterization
Let's
and
just
things that I've actually learned a lot of stuff.
try to
so
transform it both sides.
it's actually been quite an educational
Yeah.
experience.
Put the juice back on it.
Well, that's what I found out about those proxies as well. You ended up learning a lot about them.
I learned a lot more than I thought I
Timing
would. I ended up learning a lot more, for example, about the browser engines, I ended up learning more about
That's zero volts because they on
a bit more about OpenGL, I guess, and stuff. So trying to find answers to like why is it more like this and
Yeah, 2
then
volts.
I've actually
Or
been
2
reading
millivolts.
Wikipedia and stuff.
They're actually connected
Why
together,
it's
those
like-
2 points on the
Oh.
yeah. So
I
it
know
must
it's
have
really
been
good, especially the keyboard and computer things. It's a shame you don't really get many things like that now. It would be nice to get a few more.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe a bit more about just like cheap computers and things. I think it's a nice idea.
Goes to there.
The only thing I don't know most of is that it is a bit on the cheap end. I know sometimes I like when I press a button or like type
The other side is
and the frames and
Yeah.
maybe
So,
I think that's the keyboard spot.
I think it could just be. I've noticed it happening with a few different buttons. I think it's just because they are very small buttons and everything. And if you press a bit too much pressure, you might just put 2 in instead of 1. So you know if you do a slightly heavier click or something like that. So, but it is really nice.
In the back of it.
yeah.
And with its kind of 5.20, what they're going to do finally, I think I've read something that about the. I'm not sure if all the firmware for this supplies are going to be open source. Or on the notice that all the firmware and stuff is going to put directly into Linux kernel, completely to my knowledge, into the mainline kernel. It's not just the Raspberry Pi's one. Because I think the mainline kernel already mostly supports Raspberry Pi. I think it's all the GPU stuff and some of the extra stuff that has not been mainlined is going to be finally mainlined by 5.20. And that's out from what I read. I think it's something about firmware. So,
Let's just see what it was again.
because to my knowledge, I think the GPU drivers, at least the OpenGL ones are open source. I think the others are open source. And there's a lot of open source in it, but they've got these core proprietary components within. Because apparently, one thing about the Broadcom video core is that apparently it's apparently there's a VPU which is a video processing, but apparently it's got its own like miniature processor inside it, which runs its own proprietary operating system for the GPU itself. From what I've read somewhere. So. I'm not sure what that's about, but that's what I've read.
Or not necessarily, but
Because I think it has like an interesting design to it, compared to a lot of other GPUs.
because it would be interesting to know how they work.
Yeah,
Or work.
circuit.
Well, I think it
Well,
works
said it
in
was
the
like a
past.
high
It's
because
all
all
LEDs now.
base,
Yeah.
media or something.
No.
You need quite complicated effect. I just wish there were like much better documentation stuff because I did a proper read.
But there's two things. It has
There's
a,
like so much
or do
compliance.
they have a built-in starter? The two things. I can never remember which way around it is.
No idea.
It's like to get that playing book though that Barney arrives.
Yeah.
Wait on that for ages. I mean, the good news now, it's less than 3 months from Steam Deck, so that's like.
I will take these sleeves.
Since it's that end of July now, it should move. I should get it moved 3 months. Unless something unexpected happens.
Getting the good sauce to
You're coming along quite well with that actually from what I definitely see that becoming a big success.
Well, the fibre.
Well, the Steam Deck. Well, even the Final Pro isn't excessive of what I think it should be because the only thing that's got its way is the fact that it hasn't been. I think that could have hindered it is the fact that it hasn't been in stock for a year. But if it was a chip shortage, I think in a way it is because it's cheap. No, it's not for everybody, but it is a completely open source. It's not one thing I like about it. I think I've read that all the firmware is open source from it. So you know instead of a physical motherboard or something, like it's supposed to run open firmware or something on the Pine book.
It is 1509.
So it really is like a truly open source product, I think, with the drivers, the firmware. Supposedly they have like switches on it, for the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth or something, to turn them off or something. I'm not sure if that's on the keyboard itself.
One or two people online here were asking for information how to check these boards out.
Yes. That's the problem. You need somebody to be monitoring it for questions.
What time is it?
It's 3:10.
Yeah.
It could do soon, I guess.
Well, we're at a loss with this one. I can't see any volts, but it's not delivering any volts to the bulb.
Ooh.
Is it the power supply that's gone?
Yes.
What? And you've done a couple of obvious diode checks.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's delivering DC to the smoothing capacitor, 166 volts.
So there's nothing on the output?
And then after that,
board?
no, there is there's nothing. There's about 8 volts to the other side of the.
So it's the board that's gone.
Which is not a transformer. It appears to be just be a coil.
Oh yeah.
It's not got 4 terminals. It's got 2.
Oh.
They're not straddle.
No. It's really weird.
I think it's those 4, isn't it?
It's those 4 there. Yes.
Oh, but they're common.
Yeah, they're common. Yes.
Oh, it's a choke. It's just a choke for your mouth.
Right.
So that might be the kick starter.
Oh, of course. It needs a starter.
That's what that is.
Yes.
It doesn't have a high frequency, high voltage thing to spark it. Is that?
Well, that's what the choke does.
Right. Yeah, I was always a bit confused about it.
So it could be that the bulb's broke and it's not delivering.
Allegedly, that's been tried replacing already. But
Yeah, she's not sure if that's the original bulb though, or the new one.
Right.
I think all we can do now is put the things back together again.
Yep.
And there is a vague possibility that wire was actually broken.
And what's with the concrete?
Just a temperature.
Yes, that's hot. It's a nice looking it's a nice looking varnished table. Oh.
Yeah. It's a nice artwork soldering station, basically. Bit brutalist.
Right.
Well, what do you use your keyboard? Or anywhere?
Well, it's a 400.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you want to look at
And use the usual rubbish thing here with
So notice yours on it.
screws all different sizes.
Oh.
Where
Well, I mean, I thought about
There's all
integrating
three-
an
well,
actual
three
Raspberry
there.
Pi or even
Yeah, those are the
compute module.
Well, that's the reason think I've actually seen one a Raspberry
There's
Pi
three
on
there.
TV.
They're the
Yeah.
outside
I've
ones.
seen one with a
Four.
compute module 4 inside.
Guess what, Alan? Somebody just swung me up from dog walks.
Capable of running like Raspberry Pi OS or something on it.
We got what today or in the week?
In the week.
That's all right.
Up and down, up and down, up and down.
Doing all sorts of it.
Is it one week if it's in?
It's definitely got everything.
It is now.
One thing I'm looking
So
forward
many
to
of
do
Jack Taylor's
is
ones.
Well, yeah, I was meaning, can you fit
Not
it
like
in
next
around
Mm,
what you've
So
got
that's going to
remaining?
be interesting.
Right.
Yeah. But
I think so.
the software ecosystem will probably take a while to catch up. But
So what have we established about your DVD? It was established your DVD player has not got a DVD stuck in, haven't we?
Yeah. That's what was established.
it will start
Yeah.
in a few minutes.
Yeah, I'm just going to try it on.
So what's
I've
actually
not
wrong with
played
it?
with it. Prior to bringing it here to know what was what, because I don't even know if she's been trying to do it with the remote control and whether the remote control batteries are flat.
What is it?
That can be used.
I think I might have got a DVD in the van.
I think we've got one here for test purposes if you need it.
Plug it in and see if it actually spins the disc.
Is that working on it?
I think you kept it minus 12 volts or something set that.
You certainly can
Probably
do
the
that,
main line on the
but
arm when it's going
I don't know whether it's got an override button on
Same
the
works, I
machine
think, really hard for like the last 10 years. It's easy
to make the draw come out.
And it shouldn't be much longer now until
We'll have a go. We'll try and spin a disc on it, right?
I'll just learn its ARM kernel, so
It's
the
just
working
because-
thing is what you're saying, the main line of its ARM kernels is basically in a really good shape now, or it's trying to put in really good shape for most products.
Because that before, the first
Well, no, I think it has been, but I think it's like really becoming like really close to like
first
perfection.
time
It's rolling got rule down there somewhere.
Compared to
drop
Two sides.
I think it's been usable for a long time, but I've like a lot of single one there's one they've had to like do a custom kernel for it,
well,
this, but
just go back to one,
I think this kernel all slightly back to it. I think now the main line is from basically really good from the
Right,
quality of
first
things out
one,
there.
does it turn
I
on?
think that's what it's about.
It's that.
So there's a cutter.
That looks like it's on. Load it there.
There's one of these up in the door.
That's opened it.
So I bet she's been doing it with the remote
Let me go get a DVD out of that. Wait a bit. Walk in there, doorway.
Interesting, I haven't seen one of them before.
You alright if I pick up some vape stuff when you're in town?
I don't mind at all.
Cool. Do you want to go to the toilet in the Millennium Galleries as well?
Yeah, I guess so.
Probably not a bad idea.
I read that one thing I'm not happy about is I just can't believe how stupid they never learn. I've just been reading that about the monkeypox again.
What, down the
I'm
next
like,
alley?
just don't realise how they let out as a small virus
to the door.
as well understood.
yeah,
Somehow managed to
mate.
get out of hand.
None of them.
And apparently the main
Probably
reason for
put
it
it
was that they
in
went
the
buying vaccines.
Oh.
The monkeypox, yeah. So that's the.
Have they got vaccine?
There's vaccines for it. They can use the same vaccine they use for another virus. It's like a virus. What they can use it for. And it's a well done vaccine as well. It's all that's been in for 50 years. It's tested. And for some reason they didn't bother to buy the vaccines that were necessary. So essentially they've had all the appointments booked for these people. No vaccines to give them. So it just spreads. And they're saying this should not have gotten out of hand like it has done.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, you know, we've literally got I think it's tens of thousands of cases.
It's playing.
And it's like, this is something that you're not even meant to comprehend or stop it.
With no batteries in it.
I just can't believe that stupid. I read that polio is like on the rise as well, and I'm like,
Well, it stopped.
I just can't believe how health stupidity.
Well, then it probably will stop, won't it?
You would have thought after the pandemic would learn.
Yeah.
Apparently not. They still don't buy vaccines. When did they come to do? Like, if you want to stop a disaster, the first thing you do, you go hardcore on it as soon as it starts, and then you stop it. Or at least get it on the manageable levels. You don't want to do that.
That's going up now. That is counting up.
That's what
Yeah, I think is it David?
No, I think I
I
amended
think
it.
I think he said we're going to be away for 2 weeks, didn't he, or something like that.
I think I've amended it.
Yeah,
So I'm hoping we can.
I suppose then, actually.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, it's.
Ended it. There you go.
Actually, that makes sense. Yeah, because I wasn't sure if it was going to be like this week or next week because.
No, I did
So
say
did
this
it
week
work
and I
with
realised
the
it
remote
wasn't
control?
here, so I changed my mind again.
I thought
the
it
battery's
would
dead,
have been something like that. I was just realising with Dale, yeah, so that would have been a token.
It's not worth doing remote control.
I bet they're not.
So what exactly are we going to be doing? Just a bit of
It'll take 10 minutes to have a glass
That's
of
probably
elderflower
fair
champagne.
point, yeah.
And I'll
And
try and bake it.
mate.
Okay, okay.
And then we'll hopefully fix some laptops.
So a cake and a drink basically.
She doesn't get in alright, I think.
Yeah,
So,
well, nice to see you.
and you, mate, and you. It's nice to be everybody back together.
We got aftermarket packs and things getting.
Oh, hey. Hold up, we've got some photos for it. Hold on.
Oh, photos.
Absolutely. Just,
Yeah, I guess.
Just a multimeter over there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yes, that
Gareth, you want to stick that on your multimeter, see if
See if there's anything in it.
It's hard to.
there's some of
Oh,
them.
that looks about right, yeah.
And-
Yeah, mine looks just like that.
And a few more.
Yeah.
You're coming on grey.
Yeah.
How yellow do they get? Or do they actually go red?
On an album.
No, they don't go red, they are yellow.
Yellow to orange, aren't they?
They go bright
Get a
yellow.
sense for how much-
Them ones
Get a
on
sense how
there,
much
that's
power
a
you
bright yellow, are ready for taking off, definitely.
They're ready for taking those
Yeah,
drops.
you'll tell because you just touch
They
it.
get-
They'll drop.
And they're more or
No,
less
that's
gone
more-
straight off.
That's
Yeah.
what I
They're
get.
reading
She
1.4.
looks after this.
Well,
It's
she's
like a
not-
flower, she just.
It's not, but as soon as you put a load on them,
They don't smash it,
I
mate.
think
Excellent.
they're definitely on the way.
Interesting bit
When
is,
you measure fresh
they hardly
batteries,
need
it's
any
like
support.
right at
The stems are
1.5.
really chunky.
So I think
So they don't need
it's maybe
cleaning
not
up.
dead,
Yeah,
but on the
yeah,
way.
sometimes.
Yeah.
And you'll
Wait to
probably
test
find
it.
you will have to say more.
Batteries out of a
Fruit
packet.
grows.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They get selected.
I just don't know whether she'd ever
I'm trying to bring the
change
pine.
Yeah,
the battery.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I know
Yeah.
whether-
And the steam deck.
Yeah, when I get that.
They're
Yeah.
basically being
Right.
changed.
Right, next
Yeah,
time.
apparently the guy from our block.
Next
time, hopefully, yeah,
Yeah,
see you.
We'll see how we go.
Well,
I'll bring some of them.
Yeah, you mentioned it before, but this YouTuber's
Oh, yeah,
him. Yeah,
Yeah.
I get confused with his name's like not the easiest to remember.
No, I can't remember the names at all.
Yeah,
something
yeah,
Gordon or something.
but him has just got like apparently one hero.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently Steam gave him an
It's just
early
operator
model
error.
for free
Yeah,
to keep
operator error, yeah.
what he got from
Can
Valve.
we unscrew
But then
it
he's got
all?
like the Q3 model, and he
So
was
it
like
can be
comparing to
unplugged.
the newer model has a more sideward fan.
Yeah, you
It
can
has
unplug now,
more
yeah.
higher quality buttons.
So what have you established?
And it has like a improved finish around it, and it weighs less apparently. So they've made some production improvements, it would seem.
Oh, that's impressive.
Yeah.
Nice one. Nice to see you again as well.
She's saying, oh, it needs to go.
See you later.
And stuff,
See you
but
next
not
week.
let me look at it.
Right.
But she has said it doesn't work. And I
Yes.
haven't looked at it.
Yes.
Because we actually thought, or she thought, because her favourite DVD is missing.
Yes.
And it's been missing since we moved house.
Right.
But we've got the empty case.
Yes.
So she was convinced that it was still
Still
in
in
here
here.
and got dislodged, jammed
Right.
when we moved.
So you took the cover off.
So
Right,
I took
there's
over,
nothing
there's
there.
nothing in there.
Right.
It was interesting that, 'cause when I took the cover off, that DVD player, there was a little wheel on the side. you turn to.
Well, no, took the cover off.
Oh, you took the cover off, didn't you? And I just turned the wheel.
You found the wheel.
There was a little wheel to turn to manually eject it. So I wonder if all DVDs have that.
Sorry, Alan, let's go to have a look at your lights. Do you want me to have a go at a couple of them?
My lights?
Didn't you have
Oh, Gordon's lights.
Sorry, no, wasn't you? Didn't you have Christmas lights?
Oh, the inflatables. Well, that's. But Gordon's lights possibly. Because Andy can come to my house and solder.
Okay.
Whereas Gordon's struggling with fine soldering.
It's fine soldering. No, the fine soldering problem is connecting that down.
Okay.
Now come and have a look at this down, because I can.
And also knowing which polarity it needs to be, which would mean looking at the polarity of a micro USB.
Oh, okay. Well, we can plug one in and find out.
Yeah. It doesn't tell you unless there's a clue.
But as a separate question, on a car cigarette lighter socket, the two.
All he said, he thought positive was that one on the end, and negative can go to any of these big pads.
Right.
With the centre pin.
That's what he thought.
So why
Right.
Because I think he had a look for a schematic.
Centre on the outside.
Except
Centre on
that,
the outside. Yeah.
except that the power of the two in the middle.
As soon as you plug it in.
Gareth might confirm. Isn't the power that on a 4-pin USB, the power's in the two middle ones, and the data's on the outside, or is it the other way around?
I can't remember. On the actual A plug,
On the
or is it the micro?
well, that one is the one which in my. But it's more than likely that red is positive and black is negative.
Well, why don't we plug that in and just find out?
That's true.
Yeah, just plug it into the front of the computer.
Right. Okay, I'll hold it apart so it doesn't split, doesn't touch. Should be.
Just unplug the keyboard or something.
Oh, right. Okay. Right.
So.
I suspect that's yes, brown for positive to translate. What have we got?
Yeah.
Yep. So that's confirmed. Always a good idea to check, I suppose.
There you go.
Right. But then it's which is positive.
Because that's through a big resistor to the LED, so it lights up whenever it's plugged in. That's all that's doing. So that's a red. That's
Okay, fine.
2.2K. So that's only going to pass a few milliamps, and enough to light the LED.
Yeah.
So that's all that is.
That's right. Okay.
So
Right, so this one, the next one is which of the 4 pins, this is where the socket was, until this heavy thing broke it, because it's completely inappropriate.
Well, no, see the 2 inside ones are connected to the resistors, and that tells the USB how much current to supply, and if you see this side, it looks like it connects into a large amount of stitched circuitry, whereas this one is just going to this component which is
missing.
Yeah. So but presumably it carries on.
Yeah, I mean there are.
And this is a barrel jack alternative, isn't it? 2.5 mil, 2.55. That's a barrel jack, and that is the centre pin, which is also the same. So yeah, so this one's the positive and this one's the ground.
Right, and it's the outside too.
Yeah.
Right, so we can then just put this on.
Do you want to? Can you use the brown and blue wires?
No. That was a jury rig I had for something else.
Okay.
Which I didn't bother on dismantling because it would mean switching my soldering iron or cutting it. Right, so that's good to know. Yep, and the idea is to pass the cable through the original hole. With a knot in it so that it can't be pulled out. But so the knot will have to be passed through the hole first.
Yeah.
Because the hole's not big enough to pass the USB on the other side. kit.
Yeah. $28.
Right.
You can power it with USB-C or with a barrel jack or a laptop adapter or 12 volts.
And it's
up
to 60 watts.
Yeah, it's actually quite capable.
Right.
And it heats up in about 8 seconds.
Right.
It's really good. So, sorry, can you pass it through? I wasn't quite sure exactly which hole you meant.
Just goes through, and it's already there. And that goes through there. Yeah. Tie a knot in it. Let's get reasonably close to the end. Yeah. And hopefully it can be put on there in such a way that when we pull it all together it doesn't break and doesn't short circuit. So what's that measuring?
It was off, so it's just telling you what temperature the chip is still at. Now I've switched it back on again.
Right. So yes, and it's all way too small for me now. Right. Ooh.
Did the ladies bring the iron back through, Andy?
Yes. Me the,
I don't know.
Because that's something we don't necessarily want to leave behind.
It's in my blue tool belt thingy.
Hang on. Well, one of them's still through there.
Yeah, perfect.
Yes. Sewing away.
Okay.
She's enjoying the peace and quiet.
Oh, alright.
No, I'm not
Who's that?
Oh,
there it is. Right.
Some people swear by the suckers, pumped things. I've always hated them, never got on with them.
Yeah, I've got one of the sucker things.
Do you?
There's a definite knack to it.
Yeah, see, people have said that to me, and I've tried it many times, and I've also tried 3 or 4 different sort of brands and cheap ones.
I can do it, but the problem with it is the end of the thing is plastic, and if you're not careful, you melt the end of the sucker.
Yeah.
So right. So this is. Are you still running Mint?
Yes, it's still running Linux Mint. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'm now on Ubuntu 18.
18? Oh.
It's 18. Well, 16's gone to security updates only.
Yeah. So you're not fancy any of the more modern ones?
No.
No.
No, I don't do anything. I don't do anything cutting edge.
But even being on the internet.
Well, the version of Firefox that 18 supports is perfectly good.
Yeah.
For everything I need, which is mainly text. I read stuff.
You should try Lynx browser. Text only.
Right.
It stood up very well this afternoon. It's been going for 3 hours and 34 minutes now.
Right.
That is quite.
And it's not dropped a frame.
Yeah.
Wow.
CPU usage is 11.5%.
And it's this box here.
It's that big box down there, yeah.
So, what age is the box?
I'm not sure. I bought it, I think it was last year, and it's an i7. But it has got a graphics card in it, although not a particularly modern graphics card, I don't think.
No. That's the limitation of mine, as I was given a Ultra HD 36-inch monitor by my son, who was upgrading, but my graphics card won't support it. So all I get is a whopping great big version of my standard HD, rather than a nice
4K or whatever.
Nice 4K screen that I can put 4 windows into side by side.
Well, yeah, if you could see them when they were at that resolution.
No, 36 inches though.
Oh, it's a big thing as well.
It's a 36-inch monitor.
Right.
Yes. So I plugged it all in, and there it was. You have to stand about 4 feet from it. So I thought, oh dear, so it's in a cupboard. But I don't think my motherboard will drive a 4K video card.
Oh really? Oh, is it not PCIe or?
2006.
Ah, yeah. No, you might need to go upgrade everything.
Yeah, well. But in between times, my son went to Apple, but he's back on Windows again, so I might get myself a neat piece of kit.
Oh, has he got an old Apple now?
No, he's gone back to Windows. But they now come with the, they don't come with separate boxes anymore, it's all an integrated thing, because the motherboard's now so small.
So it's integrated with the screen?
Yeah, it's an integrated thing. So, but because he's a graphic artist,
yeah,
he needs leading edge stuff.
Yeah, well, it's just about doing this, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a lady here before you got here who's trying to set up a...
That's right, I told her about you.
Yeah.
Earlier this morning.
Yeah.
I'm seeing her tomorrow morning. I
Oh.
forgot to talk about this before we go. This is the woman from
Sophie.
Sophie from Harland Works that I had a conversation with you about, Andy.
Oh right, right. I've not put the two things together.
Yeah, they are. It's the same thing. Do you know Harland Works?
Which
Karen?
one's Harland Works?
Harland Works is on John Street, across the block from Portland Works.
Yes.
And they more or less go outdoors on the corner.
That's it. Yes, there's a cafe, isn't there?
And there's a cafe associated with Harland Works.
Really nice one.
And she owns it.
Ah.
Well, not necessarily her as an individual.
Harland Cafe, innit?
She has a company which owns it.
I think I know the person who was the chef there for a while.
Right, that might have been its previous incarnation.
Oh, right.
Because she bought it during or just before lockdown.
Is it actually Harland Cafe?
It's now called...
Or was it Harland
It
Cafe?
was called Harland Cafe and it's now called John Street Kitchen.
I think this is after. Yeah, I think it was the John Street Kitchen we had takeaways from there because it's a friend of Anne's who's her boyfriend is doing the cooking.
Yes. Anyway, they've got the cafe and there's the classic Victorian courtyard workshops at the back.
Yeah.
And you can walk through the cafe. In fact, they have tables and chairs outside when it's warm. And then there's the original entrance, which is the size of a truck, because that's how it was used originally. Well, a horse and cart.
Yeah.
And it's like repair cafe, ideal location, but it's outside.
Outside?
Well, if it's inside, they start intruding on productive cafe space. So.
Well, outside isn't going to work very much, is it?
Well, I don't know quite how she envisages it. She might have some internal space available as well.
Right.
But she's very community focused and wants the thing to be. She wants a sort of business community as well, people talking to each other. There's names for that sort of stuff.
Networking in a.
Business breakfast.
Yeah.
You know, since I've rented that.
All the screws are on the speaker as a way of keeping them in one
Since
place.
I've rented that unit at Plesley, I could have gone to umpteen business breakfasts if I'd have.
Yeah. So.
If I'd have felt they were cozy to go, which I didn't, so I didn't.
But do you know Web Architects?
Yes.
They're there. So that's one of the big what's it names to get them. And then there's a load of others that I've not heard of before.
Right. Oh yes.
So.
Oh, we better try it, I suppose, haven't we?
Yes. Yes, make sure that broke somewhere else as a result of being in bits for a while. Oh.
So money's no object for Jeremy. That's you're getting Kylian Mbappe in your team.
Good one.
Now,
my friend will be pleased to have that. Yeah, unlike the little lamp, it's got nice long wires on it, so you can take it to bits.
Good. Oh, I'm glad I managed to do something today.
Oh, well, thank you very much, because that was completely...
Hang
it's
on.
all I can do to solve the blimmin' open wires these days.
We've got 1, 2, 3... Oh, there's another one.
Need more pair ends. That's it. The arms.
Oh, we could have taken this off to make it a bit easier. Oh. So where does that ribbon go, eh? Oh dear, from there. Oops. Let's just assume that it's shaped. Have you got a screwdriver?
It's Phillips.
I think it is.
Yeah. Oh,
Six. Not all 6 were used, were they?
I have no idea. Because when I got it...
Well, because we've only got 4 for this.
What's the ones that go in the front or in the back rather?
So there's four for the cover.
Yeah.
And every single one is exactly the same
There's one
size.
under there.
Ah.
There.
But they're all still all the same size.
Okay, we're now just short of 1.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10.
Ah, there it is. It's stuck down the side of the speaker.
Right. Oh, that wouldn't have been a good idea to leave it there. Yeah, my friend thought he'd have a go at mending it himself. Took it to bits.
Oh no, that isn't the speaker. Sorry, that's just the wire. Okay, so we are short of a screw. Unless you can see it.
No.
Okay, well let's just put 5 in.
Yes, I'm sure that's in there.
Does this need... A slightly smaller one, have you?
No, it's not mine. It's just what was here. Unless Andy knows it's got a smaller one.
I've got one in my blue.
Oh,
right.
That is Andy's screwdriver, but he had got a pot of small ones somewhere.
Pot of small screwdrivers? I have a small screwdriver somewhere.
No, Garth's got his own, which is the correct size.
Oh, right.
I presume it's the correct size, yes.
It's a bit, yeah, a little bit sharper. That's,
as well. So did Sophie say anything to say or comment on?
I mean, I was trying to just sort of give her general, a little bit of general advice. I said that she should check out Repair Cafe Wales.
All right.
So they got a bit of money from, I think, the Welsh Government and some other thing, and they've got a couple of workers, and they've put together some really good resources like template attendance forms, and here's a checklist of things before you open to think about, and basically like a kind of pack for how to do your own repair cafe.
A bit like the
Restart Project.
No, the original Dutch one kicked this whole thing off, did, and then they put it behind a paywall.
Yeah.
Which is all one good. So because it was free when I back in 2013,
Ah.
and I have it all,
Right.
but it's probably out of date, and it's also EU focused. So
let's just make sure I haven't jiggered it and put the wire in backwards or something.
Whoops. I think that. Can it go in both ways?
Oh yes. But luckily, it's only got contacts on one side, so if you put it in backwards, it doesn't like reverse the polarity, it just doesn't connect anything.
Right, that's nice and reassuring. That's better. Connecting to the World Service. Here it goes.
Good.
Yeah, the guy that took it to bits is in the same boat as me. It's all too small. Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
What's that?
It's just upside down, that's all.
Oh, I see.
All the electrons will fall out. That's why the wire was in upside down, because it was following its natural curves, but I put the thing on upside down.
Yes.
Oh, hang on, this is...
Circuit. Elsewhere in the world of sport, here in England, England's women have wrapped up the multi-format cricket series against South Africa. They've now sailed with a 10-2 points lead. The two sides are playing each other again in the second.
Yeah, we haven't got time for the other project, but I was inspired to bring it because I was looking at your bit fix it, because I gave the address to Sophie.
Brilliant.
And I thought, oh, I'll have a little look, and I saw a category called remix, which I've never seen before.
Yes.
And the other project is a remix because it's salvaging something from somewhere else. Yeah.
Yes, we've extended the 3 R's to the 5 R's.
Yes. So I'm not quite sure what category that one fits into. It's replacing a socket with a cable. It's a bit like a remix because the cable has to come from somewhere else.
I suppose, yeah.
Well, what you'd do if you had the original cables, I did have the original cable, but I thought, well, this is a sound piece of cable. I'll find one that's already been cut.
Yeah.
Cool. But I'm looking at these. You can get these LED strings with batteries on the end of them.
Yeah.
And all you need is a different resistor and swap them to USB. Yep. Because the battery's 3 volts and USB is 5.
Yeah.
Because I don't like using batteries when you don't need to. Hello? Hello? Hello. Right. Can you hear me? Cool. Right, and the final thing was how do you heat up your strips?
I didn't bring any, didn't bring my hot air tools.
Right.
What I found works quite well, I don't know if anyone's got one, is those gas lighters with the jets, the catalyst sort of current. Do you know the ones I mean? No. So instead of a regular flame, it's got like a mesh of, I think it's like platinum or something.
Right.
And it actually does a little blowtorch sort of thing. And they work really well. But failing that, you can just use a regular lighter.
Yes. Or
ways of using it. This is still on, isn't it?
Still on, so very hot.
So it takes a bit of a while sometimes.
Touch it. It's super sensitive.
Have you tried it?
It doesn't work like all the 7 bit. The lighting
some places they sort of
Oh, there we go. Oh, that's all good. Yeah, neat. Right. That's sort. As long as it doesn't melt it through.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's take the soldering iron out before somebody picks it up with their hands.
Yeah.
Oh, I suppose.
The trick here.
What time are we supposed to be running?
So there's a potential fault in this. The wire was very, very tight. It's
You don't think that would explain?
but it might be that it pulled apart when I was sending it to this. But what we could do with this, this is a nice looking thing, and it's actually, although it's plastic, it's quite well made,
Yeah.
is to
Yeah, I've got the time now.
Yeah.
Put that onto that.
Yeah, certainly I should not put my soul in there, right?
Well, I was just thinking while it's still warm.
Yeah. This one cools down very quickly as well.
All right. Centre to centre positive on.
Sure.
That'll let me do an experiment.
What did I do? A rich tapestry of reassembly sounds.
yeah.
Yeah.
What happened to that screwdriver? That's it.
Oh, that's where the screw comes from.
Right?
Sorry, there's a spring inside these.
Yes. Oh, yeah, that's spring. Yeah, when somebody said.
Yeah, I found a spring under the table.
Yeah, and I was looking for it under the table. You
Yes.
probably found it. So, yes.
There was
It's
nothing
mine,
in-
it's in my pocket now.
Oh,
It
good.
was found underneath this, but there was nothing in this that needed a spring, so it hadn't fallen like this. It just wasn't cut in like just now.
It's a spring the size of a fuse.
Better.
Okay.
Yeah. And then for this, goes in the first. This.
So do you put the negative on the bit what is connected to the positive bit on there, or do you put it onto the other one, which is free? By default, they're both connected in the actual socket, aren't they?
Yeah. So, I mean, I'd be tempted to, tack it on these two.
On
the bits where
they're already connected.
Yeah.
Right. And leave the other one free, is it?
Yes. I think so. Which way round is it?
Right.
Now most of these are centre positive.
Yeah,
That's how you want it, yeah?
That's how I want it for what it's actually going to be adapted to use. Yeah.
Right. Oh, that's handy.
Here's a trailer for running the local, I thought.
Ah. Well, in that case, it's pretty important.
Trying to make it so the trailer's totally independent, running off batteries, rather than having to have main supply on it.
Oh, really? Are you going to, have you got lots of batteries already, or big batteries?
Yes. Reasonable.
Which ones are you going for lead acid or lithium? Or?
I think they're lead acid ones. They are sort of ish mobility scooter batteries.
Oh yes. Well, unless they're ultra modern high tech ones, they'll be lead acid.
Yeah, and they're sealed.
Yeah, that's lead acid.
Yeah, which I've got because a few years ago I had a mobility scooter.
Oh.
And because I used to pull stuff around all over the place on a trolley,
right.
I actually made a trolley using all the mobility scooter bits, so it was powered.
Oh wow.
So when I was going from my house to Kellam Island,
you could just sort of walk along and.
Yes.
Aha.
And do stuff. So basically, I'm utilising those batteries because they're not being used on that trolley because it's too far to walk from our house now.
Yeah, that's a long way from yours to Kellam Island, isn't it?
Yeah, but where we used to live, Heanley, near the farm.
Oh right.
And I used to be able to walk up to the miniature railway with my trolley and stuff, and I used to go down and walk to Kellam and stuff with it, dragging stuff around. But now I've grown. Instead of going from this little trolley, what was 4 foot by 2 foot, I've now got a 4 foot by 8 foot by 5 foot 6 trailer.
Well, you put on the back of the car.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, you need a couple of sort of heavy duty mobility scooter motors for that.
To move that. So, and when we do the stuff, Christmas stuff up at the Santa Specials up at Aberdale, yes, I have got power there.
Right.
But there's only a limited amount of power. And when I'm running 8 inflatables and 6 or 8 little fairground bits, that's a lot of plugs and wires. So I want to try and utilise it so it's running more off the batteries and just keeping the main stuff for what's got to be 240 volt.
Yeah.
But then making it so it's also still usable for like independent things like up at Sheffield, Steam Rally. and Healy City Farm when they can't provide power and they don't want silly money for a store.
Right. Yeah.
Because we were going to go to that one this year until they insisted that we paid to go.
No concession rates?
Nope. And even though we're just an entertainment display, we're not selling stuff, we're not raising funds for this, that or other. It's a thing of interest.
Yeah.
But because we have, in the past we've done it with my mum on steam engines and Andy stuck his phones, but we've also promoted the repair cafe.
Yeah.
Those stuff. But no, they weren't interested this year. They wanted money for the stalls, so on principle we said, right, we're not going.
Yeah, on principle.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame.
We
I know they've gone through a few schisms sort of recently. Not schisms, probably that's not the right word, but yeah, they've had funding troubles and they've got new people involved in the office and that kind of thing.
I mean, it's one thing if there's an outlay to them or somebody's making a profit from them drawing in the public, it's a different ball game to somebody being there and saying, right, we used to host the collectors club here, and we used to host the repair cafe, all parts of what the farm was actually providing, and they still wanted to. But it did give us a bit more time to actually get things ready for Sheffield Steam which was horrendously busy this year.
I bet.
On the Saturday.
Was it so much so it was a struggle?
No, we were fine because it's all just stuff for people to look at.
Right.
And it was just people looking, and we were just there answering their questions and trying to keep the distance and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, for how Andy feels all about COVID, but with Sandra and her cancer treatment, I've got to keep clear of everything.
Yeah.
But on the Saturday, they had as many people on one Saturday as they had on Saturday and Sunday in the last couple of rallies.
Wow.
It's all go.
The queues were all the way around car park.
Oh wow.
It really did. Saying how busy Sheffield Steam Rally was.
Oh yeah. Yes, they had as many people there on the Saturday as they normally get over the 2 days. That's what they told me.
Yeah. And then they were still busy on the Sunday.
Yeah, they were, weren't they? Yeah. So they had a good one, but you know they've had some. I bet they've had some costs from some bad ones, haven't they? Though over the last couple of years. No, we're not on 12 months on that.
They cancelled it on the Tuesday. It was supposed to open on the Saturday.
Yeah.
They'll have paid for the toilets and the fencing and everything. What was already there, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. They did. Yeah. Well, they pretty much definitely did. I think. Yeah. So. But yes, it was good that they had a good one, because they've had a hard time of it. They deserved a successful one after the last couple of years.
Oh, good.
Have we about done then, chaps? What's happening now, Gemma?
This and I suppose you just plug it into the van, or have you got a little test?
Oh yeah, I haven't got. I can test it when I.
So have you made this, Gareth?
Yeah.
It's absolutely beautiful.
No, thank you. Yeah, I'm very pleased how it turned out.
Okay, Gareth bombing a briefcase.
Well, it was a lockdown project, really, to be honest.
Yes,
but I've got a pretext. The pretext is that you need to be fixing some electronics in a field. So, you need to have.
Do you want me to plug that in and try it?
typically say
we've got nothing to plug in out of
12 volt battery in, or
oh right.
Indeterminate voltage in.
You can put DC in, or you can use the battery.
Yeah.
And you can. I'll show you. So I thought about having lots of complicated route switching, but the more I thought about it, I was struggling to get it, and then
there were all these illegal switch combinations that you could put in that would end up short-circuiting something. And I was like, how do I forbid them? And that got more complicated. And I thought, you know what? If you want to change how it's connected, you do a physical patch. You know. So this is just raw into the battery. And if I choose to put it in to the DC in, then I get the adjustable power supply and the boost thing is stopped. But so you can either have it on the boost, which is 31 volts, or the battery itself is at 24.2 at the moment. And these give you fixed voltages, but this is adjustable.
Right.
But what you could do if you wanted to was plug DC into there, set this to charge the battery, and then plug this into the DC out.
Right.
And that's your battery charger.
Right.
But yeah, so it's got a Raspberry Pi, so you can use it as a screen. Because I was fed up of taking a laptop and wanting to plug something in, like video into it.
Yeah.
Laptops don't do video in, they just do video out.
Right.
Even though it had all the things I wanted. It had a screen, a battery, had a, you know. So I made something that did.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Now I've got another 3 of those circuit boards now. So if you wanted to buy the identical briefcase on eBay and make one identical, you're welcome.
And I like it. So
have you finished?
Oh, I will have in a second.
It's an army surplus box as well.
Yeah.
Built for the field, as it were.
Yeah. With, I think it had one of those old-fashioned image enhancing, you know, the green screen ones.
Right.
Where they would cost thousands and they would be, wasn't it cooled down to like super low temperatures or something? They were really complicated, expensive.
Yeah.
It's
for the military.
Yeah.
So it was originally designed, it did originally have electronics in it.
No, when it came it just had some phone cutouts.
But it would have had.
I think it was just a carrying case for like this optical thing that you would bolt onto like a rifle or something.
Oh, right, I'm with you.
Not sure, but
yes.
Right. You probably Google it based on
the codes that are right.
Yes.
Right, have we about done for today then, chaps?
Yeah, that's how we packed up.
Right.
That's about
Guess
it.
I'm getting tired now. I've
Right.
had a bit of a busy day yesterday.
And I will stop this stream then, and we'll see everybody next time.
Right.
Bye for now.
Well, I'll be interested to. I'll have a quick look at the stream later and see what how it turned out.
So it turns out.